more or less live. So good morning from the 9th district in Vienna. Thank you. To each and everyone, very good to see you back. We're looking forward to the second day of our Young Scholars Forum. I don't want to take away too much time from the first presentation, but I'm nevertheless going to say a few words about how it's going to work today. First of all, thank you very much, Thomas Dietz from Tübingen, that you are joining us and that you are going to chair this panel today. It's good to see you. It would be even better to see you here in Vienna. But nevertheless, thank you very much for agreeing to do that also virtually. We have, again, two panels today with presentations. The third panel today is Europe as a global actor. And Thomas will say a few words about how it's going to work. But I think it's going to be just like yesterday. We try to limit the presentation and then leave room for discussion. Okay. Sorry. Then we have a lunch break, and afterwards we're going to go into the second panel. And after that, there has been a suggestion that we have a possibility for an exchange that is not live streamed into the world. Which means we're going to end the Young Scholars Forum, and everyone who afterwards wants to exchange, talk about the possibilities of publishing, also talk about other organizational things, just stay in the call and we can do the exchange after the forum has ended. That's it from my side. So, Thomas, again, thank you very much for doing this. Thank you very much for agreeing to chair the third panel. The few people that probably don't know Thomas, he is a professor of political science and international relations at the University of Tübingen. And yeah, I'm very happy that you're here. And please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. Thank you for letting me do this. Of course, this is a story of never say yes if you can't really foresee the consequences. My imagination was that we would have had a very nice dinner on Sebastian's behalf yesterday, and lots of good wine, and perhaps a trip to the Christmas market, and we would wake up this morning to this beautiful landscape and would then join for a bit of conversation before turning to the mulled wine again. But here we are sitting at home and still having to discuss, though, wonderful papers, non-papers as it is, because it's presentations. So we have a panel now on the EU or Europe as a global actor. We have a rich diversity, actually, of papers that address this theme from a variety of backgrounds. It's very intriguing. I think if we would have done this 10 years ago, every paper would have had normative power in the title. None of the papers has normative power in the title, but perhaps it's something that is applied. Actually, at least one paper deals with this in one particular way. Initially, when Sebastian gave me the program, I thought we would do it like in a standard conference panel. So we would have 3 presentations and then a discussion and then open up to the panel. But I was so persuaded yesterday by the way it worked. And given that the papers tackle this theme from so many different angles, that I think we're just going to adopt the way that it was done yesterday. So we're going to have each paper in turn. And each of you has a maximum of 15 minutes. And if you do not follow those 15 minutes, I'm going to shout. And I can't cut you off, unfortunately, which is unfortunate. But yes, I plead with you that you stick to the 15 minutes. And then those of you who are in the audience, please do ask questions. Give them a hard time in discussing these papers. I think that's the only way to improve our papers, if we do also get constructive but hard comments. So please do raise your hands, and if no one raises their hands, you will have to suffer from me talking. So if you want to prevent that, please do raise your hands and ask questions. Now, we're going to start with Anneliese Rieger. Anneliese Rieger is at the moment pursuing a PhD, an interdisciplinary PhD in philosophy and history at the Department for Central European History at Andrassy University in Budapest, on a scholarship she received from the Austrian Federal Ministry on Education, Science and Research. She has actually a very intriguing CV. She has worked in many different places, partly for the Austrian Academic Exchange Service. She's been in Dublin, she's been in Taiwan, she's been in many other places, in China, and she's also been chief editor and co-publisher of a humanities journal called Pen Art, and she's been very successfully doing this. So she has a very broad background, and these themes come together in a presentation now on how to strengthen Europe's global position with Hegel's conception of recognition, a strategic approach to Europe with China, and Europe's foreign policy, I suppose, with China. And with no further ado, Anneliese, I will hold back my comments about the politics of recognition, and I will give you the floor.
Thank you, Thomas, for the very, very nice, lovely introduction. And good morning to everyone. So I'm going to talk about two of my research topics combined. One is philosophy and the other one is China related. And I'm going to start right away by sharing my screen. So let's see. Can everyone see that?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, good. First, very briefly, I'm going to tell you about the structure of my speech. So in the first step, I'm going to explain why Hegel's philosophical concepts are not just important in theory, but also practically relevant for today's international politics. Second, I will proceed with an outline of those aspects of China's history and cultural background that have to be taken into consideration in order to understand Xi Jinping's acting in international affairs and his global economical and political engagement. And both of which are, by the way, not just widely accepted, but also mostly supported by the majority of Chinese people. I'm going to shorten that part a little bit because, of course, there would be so much to say about Chinese culture and history, but I'll just briefly outline the most basic aspects that are very important. And third, I will argue that if Europe wants to keep up with China as an equal partner in international affairs, we need to rethink our ideological roots and line out a precise strategy on what we want to achieve long-term within the European community. And that's where I'm going to tie up with where I will have begun, how a modern reading of Hegel's theory of recognition could be read like an advisory. So let's start with Hegel, with Hegel's theory of recognition. So Hegel was one of amongst three prominent German idealists. The other two were Fichte and Schelling, very much influenced by Kant's philosophy, which is considered a cornerstone in Western philosophy, the so-called Copernican revolution. Since Kant, the focus of epistemological interest lies in the subject rather than the object. It is the subject that shapes how reality is perceived, and in particular in Hegel's case, the societal aspect of each individual. That's where you can find his theories in the Phänomenologie des Geistes. For Hegel, everything we perceive, everything we understand is constituted by the other. Therefore, the opposition of what is to what is not. I myself as individual can only make certain assumptions about my own individual existence by asserting that the other person is not I, and I know that fact. Hence, the same logic applies to the other subject, who is not I, and he or she knows that he or she is not me. Within that dialectics, we come to a mutual agreement. That is, that we know that we are distinct human beings that differ from each other. And furthermore, we need each other in order to being able to make such a differentiation. Or in other words, individuality only makes sense if we confront each other. Hegel points out that individuality can only form itself through confrontation with another being. Through the interaction with others, we learn about individual, cultural, sociological traits, and therefore get an orientation of the context of our being. For instance, as many of us probably have lived abroad, we only learn about the cultural traits that very much define ourselves when we are in a different surrounding that is not familiar to us. And we only are getting aware of these traits by being confronted by an environment that differs from what we are used to. So if the understanding of my existence, of my individuality is constituted by the differentiation to others, the way I frame myself is influenced by my societal surroundings as well. And the same goes for cultural identities. Europe's unique intellectual history obtains its uniqueness because our historical and ideological development is not how it happened in other regions of the world. And China's dream couldn't be someone else's dream because it's embedded in their unique history and culture, and therefore understanding of themselves that cannot be compared to Europe or any other place. Narratives such as the European idea of human rights, democracy, and so forth are formed on the basis of specific historical, political circumstances and therefore cannot be arbitrarily transferred. And that brings me to the second point of Hegel, the dialectics of history. In fact, Hegel's view on world history has many problematic aspects. I'm not going into detail about that. He's had quite some racist views about Indian and Chinese culture that these have to be rejected, obviously. But he had some core theses that are not related to the racist stuff that I want to outline here. So first of all, each state seeks for independence, hence the recognition of others as an independent sovereign state. This mutual recognition is also accompanied by the acknowledgement of the state's historical and cultural uniqueness. Second, every imperfection contains the seed for improvement. And third, history reflects the development of mankind. Okay, the numbering is here off, but it doesn't matter. And dialectical development of history offer the resource for the intellectual development of the people. Without these challenges, there is stagnation. Therefore, conflicts inhibit the intellectual stimuli for advancement and pressure change for the better, the very motion of Weltgeist. The dialectics of history confront us with the question, what kind of narrative do we, the EU, intend to sketch for ourselves and within partnerships on the international arena? As an independent partner in international politics, how can we hold on to our narrative without infringing our core values? And that is connected with the philosophy of right and international politics. Insofar as an individual human being is only as such by relation to other individuals, an individual state is only such by relation to other individual states. And this is the mutual recognition that is the basis for the legitimacy of each state in its exercised through contracts. You can already find that in Hegel's readings. Further, conflicts and crises not just necessarily occur during every development process of mankind, but also are a necessity for progress. A federation of states can only be truly effective, in Hegel's point of view, if decision-making processes are facilitated by employing majority-based ruling instead of unanimity. So this is a modern reading, of course, of Hegel's thesis, because he didn't use this phrasing, obviously. Further, we need a keen understanding of our counterpart in order to map out a successful political strategy. You can read about about Hegel's theories on that in Grundlinien der Philosophie des Rechts, so philosophy of right. So China, we need a keen understanding of where China is coming from. A fact that is not known to many people is that during the Song dynasty, which was between 960 and 1279, China actually took a leading position in science, in economy and trade. And there were so many inventions, you can see it here, they had long before the Europeans had it. For instance, the letterpress printing, they had it many centuries before Gutenberg invented it. They used pesticides, they discovered gunpowder, had a very reformed process of finding politicians that was very much putting a view of the enlightened Europe that we only later going to see in Europe. So certain aspects of the post-enlightened Europe could actually be seen in China already long before it happened in Europe. Unfortunately, on a Chinese perspective, there were never taken any colonies, and China didn't succeed in exporting their inventions, in exporting what made them in a way very knowledgeable and powerful during that time. After the Macartney mission that failed, the British tried to get trade relationships with China that was in favor of the British. It didn't work out. Later on, as a consequence, the Opium Wars happened. And after that, there's a period of 100 years of humiliation by the West. And that really left a deep impression on the collective memory of China. The cultural context. Confucianism, amongst Taoism and Buddhism, is certainly the most influential religious belief in China, both for interpersonal relationships, such as within a family or between spouses, as for the government, staying put in the given position and acting accordingly is one of the core values, if not the most important aspect of Confucian thinking. Social codes and traditions are to be neatly followed. A father has to act at his best in accordance with the ideal of paternity. A ruler has to act according to his responsibilities. Everyone is supposed to strive for perfection of his fulfilling of a specific social role he was designated for. The idea is that if everyone acted accordingly to his or her role, harmony is guaranteed. That incorporates high moral standards for each individual. Social stability and harmony is prior to individual growth, which is a key difference to Western thinking and philosophy. And that brings me to the political objectives. Not long ago, Xi Jinping installed the social credit system, which is applied to all Chinese people. The system takes record of each individual's economical, social, and political behavior, rewards good behavior by giving points, and punishes bad behavior by taking points. Someone going bankrupt, for instance, which is bad for economical growth and therefore for the whole society, is a reason for taking points away. So he's speaking badly of the government or committing a crime. Hardworking, complying citizens, on the other hand, are rewarded. So are good social behavior and certain societal achievements. The social credit system, therefore, is a bonus-malus system that gives and takes privileges of personal freedom, such as the right to travel abroad, having access to affordable houses, given permission to start a business, and so forth. Given the cultural traits mentioned before, there's a certain acceptance within the Chinese society towards these extremely restrictive measures. There's common sense throughout the people about being unfairly treated by the West for a very long time. Hence, a mutual agreement in terms of aspiring to regain the powerful position they once lost. Real democracy, as we are accommodated to, is not part of Chinese history, and Confucianism does have certain traits that could be linked to a higher acceptance of authoritarian ruling. When talking to young Chinese people, both living in mainland China and in Europe, I did hear some minor criticism of the Chinese government, but never anyone fundamentally disagreeing. Although, of course, there are people who are very much in opposition of the current developments, and China is taking care of that. I do believe after all...
Anneliese, 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Otherwise, you'll get, what's it called? Malus points.
Yeah, I was initially I thought I had 20 to 25 minutes. So I think there's a high acceptance, and that brings me to the last aspect, a Hegelian strategic advisory for dealing with China. So first of all, you need to know what is on the deck of cards. China has a very stable inner political situation, has a constant growth in economy, very strong economy, and the One Belt, One Road initiative, as you can see here, has to be proven very effectful and successful. On the contrary, Europe has high living standards, democratic rights, and is a very strong innovative power. Science and teaching is free. That is something of our core values ever since the Enlightenment. So what we need, after having looked what is in our cards, is a common narrative. We lack this kind of narrative. China has a very precise picture of what they want to achieve within 5 years, 10 years, 30 years from now. And China is very much willing to achieve that. In an interview last May, broadcasted by China Global Television Networks, China's Foreign Affairs Minister Wang Yi pointed out that cooperation with Russia is going well, and there's no conflict of interest with the EU. And if the EU positioned themselves as a rival, it's certain who would win the fight. But what the EU needs is to focus on building strong and more independent economical ties within the EU that allows us to choose carefully with whom we want to have what kind of trading relationship and to which conditions. I'm referring to standards of labor conditions, environmental aspects, and so forth. Hence, within the EU, having a unitary foreign affairs policy with China, referring to Hegel's theories as a basis and putting it into today's context, I think a common narrative should also entail reforms aiming for one common strategy for foreign affairs, at least when it comes to dealing with certain crises and very pressing issues. And my last point is unity in diversity. Instead of giving up the diversity we are so proud of, and rightly so, partially infringing a nation's sovereignty could be compensated by strengthening regional identity. A successful example for that could be South Tyrol, for instance. Therefore, inner political matters that shape regional and cultural identity are given the right to have their own ruling and policies. And that is, by the way, something Hegel in particular mentions in his text on the philosophy of rights and the philosophy of history. But when it comes to international affairs, which is a constant struggle for recognition, there is no other option than to actually unify the EU in a way that gives us the power to effectively pursue the European dream. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was 10 seconds over time, and that was very good then. Thank you. Thank you, Anneliese. Perhaps to kick off the discussion, I made myself notes for 4 points that I would like to throw on the table. Unless someone else has issues, I'm not sure I can see everyone. I should see, I think, blue hands if they are raised, because I was given a co-host role. Okay, there is actually someone who wants to raise something. Merali.
Hi, but I guess Paul also raised his hand by video. Maybe
if you could use your blue hand, because at the moment I cannot see everyone, and even if I can see everyone, it's going to be quite difficult. So Paul, could you please use everyone? Could you please use the hand? Merali, go ahead, and then Paul can.
Okay. So thank you very much for the interesting presentation. China has always been interesting to me, and I would like to even hear more, but yeah, due to time restrictions. But I'm looking forward to see the article as well. So I would like to ask a question about the human rights violations in China. You did mention about it, especially, you know, the persecutions against the Uyghurs is very unpopular right now. how the EU should, I mean, think about it. What should do under the cooperation with China?
Thank you. That's the $1 million question or €1 million question, I suppose. Yes. Paul, do you want to add yours, and then perhaps Anneliese can respond to both of them? Gives Anneliese some time to sort out the EU's problems with China. Paul, you need to.
Yes, I'm just connected via two devices, so I'm figuring out what works best. Anyways, I would like to ask about a question about the foreign affairs that you mentioned, and maybe elaborate a little bit on which kind of foreign affairs you would see a common strategy with China, because I'm quite interested in this topic.
Okay.
Right, Anneliese, there you go.
Okay, human rights, a very big topic. So human rights are universal rights. In theory, I would say that everyone is given certain rights, and that's my philosophical opinion and also my personal opinion, which also means that they can be played out practically in a different way when it comes to different cultures. So they might not be exercised the very same way in every country, which doesn't mean that human rights are not there. But of course, it can never mean that you undermine the core, the heart of what human rights mean. So you can't something like molesting somebody or putting somebody in prison without a fair trial. These are things you can't do, no matter where you are, no matter what cultural, societal background you have. But I think there is at least some room for, in practice, playing out human rights differently, because there's a different understanding of family in different regions of the world, a different understanding of governance, of good governance. That's not the same everywhere. But of course, there are violations of human rights in China. That's well, but not just in China. I mean, that's happening everywhere. How can Europe face that? I think the first step would be that we would have to be stronger. Right now, we have only single member states, and they have their own foreign affairs policies, and they have a foreign minister. We're not unified enough to put actual pressure in China. And actually what's happening right now is through the One Road and One Belt initiative, and also the 16+1 initiative, China is, you could argue, trying to divide Europe a little bit within those who are willing to comply, who are willing to adapt the regulations China is giving in all sorts of aspects of international affairs, and those who are not willing to comply in a way China wants them to. And I think we should be very careful not to let that happen. Something like Europe of the two forms of speed, or dividing Europe even more. I think that's the wrong way to go. We need to be stronger, and maybe that entails infringing the sovereign state at some aspects. So we can't have unanimity all the time. Maybe that's the drawback, but I think it would be worthwhile in order to have a strong standing point and actually be effective towards such a big and important global player as China is. So that's my answer, the first part. And the second, but I think that was already linked to foreign affairs. So I'm not an expert on foreign affairs, but as I said before, we need to unify, not as a European community, both economically but also politically. So far, the European Union is or was a peace project, and we realized it mostly through economical ties. But I think that's just not enough. We need to be further unified politically as well.
Right, thank you, Anneliese. Anyone else? I mean, if I can, one of my 4 points was actually related to this discussion. my problem, frankly speaking, with your presentation is that you do what many others do, so you're not alone in this, but you come up with a problem diagnosis that I think is widely shared. So this is not the problem. The problem is, how do we get there? And of course, we all know that everyone is talking about the EU needing to speak with a single voice. And you highlighted now that you said, maybe that needs an infringement on sovereignty. Well, bloody hell, it does. So the only way to actually make this more effective is to agree on a joint foreign policy in which unanimity is no longer the standard way of taking decisions. But we also know that this is not acceptable to not only one, but probably several member states, possibly including the big ones, including Germany, that normally talk about, federalism and so on. So I think there is a big dishonesty, quite frankly, in the debate. Everyone is saying that Europe needs to speak with one voice. Everyone is against Europe speaking with one voice. And I'm not sure, actually, whether academic analysis of this will take us any further. Because ultimately this is a political issue, and I'm getting fed up with the 5,000th paper on declaring that we need to come to more unanimous positions or whatever. I mean, that's of course we know that. So I think one of my comments would have been, well, that's all fine, but so what? So we know these things. So I think I would encourage you perhaps to go perhaps beyond that debate in some way. And I mean, of course, it's important politically to repeat that, but it's something we know.
No, what I mentioned is a narrative, a shared narrative. And when you look at China, they have a very, very clear picture, but they want to be in 5 years, in 10 years, in 30 years, even in 50 years. But I don't see that we have in Europe one narrative or very specific goals that we all say, okay, we need to get there. And I think if we do have these goals, then there would be more willingness to say, okay, for that, unfortunately, we need to adapt certain ruling that we otherwise probably wouldn't want, but this is our highest goal to reach that, and we can only get there by having a single voice. Maybe
sure, but in order to develop that narrative, I mean, we get into the same problems. I mean, you study in Hungary. I mean, you must know that the narrative of what Europe is very different in Budapest than it is in Tübingen, where I work. So we have a plurality of voices. That plurality was always also the kind of characteristic. We had unity in diversity, and the question, of course, is how diverse can those voices be? And I think that diversity is overstretched at the moment. So it's not going to be possible to find a common narrative. The other problem, of course, and this would have been my second comment, is whether you don't fall into the trap of reifying cultures. And this is a typical social constructivist problem, of course, because on the one hand, we do say that actors act in particular structural contexts. And one of these contexts is, of course, culture. But at the same time, of course, within those cultures, there's a whole plurality of different views. So if we recognize, talking about recognition, if we recognize what China is, does this mean that those people who fight for human rights in China are not Chinese, or what? So what about the narrative that China, what you admire, it seems, in China is, of course, an imposition. An imposition through discursive means that is partly done on purpose and partly, of course, a longer tradition that, of course, China as a very different entity we as Europeans have a very different tradition. I mean, we do have several of these. I wouldn't say 28, but we do have a lot of these stories, so to speak. So I think there is an issue about the extent to which the problem of keeping diversity, but at the same time thinking about unity is too much shifted towards unity in the sort of recommendations that and not the way that you read recognition. And if I can just make one last comment, I think this whole recognition part was not very much tied to your second part. So I think if you might want to think a bit more about what the effects of the recognition part are, and in fact, this is not something new to international relations. There's a whole set of authors that have used Honneth in particular and his rendering of recognition and used it for an analysis of international relations, including China. So you may want to actually have a look at this to give you perhaps not only the grand philosophical base, but also something that is already sort of tied to. So Jürgen Hake, where did I write these names down? Jürgen Hake, and what's his name? Sorry, I now need to check my notes here, which I can't find. Eric Ringmar, Jens Bartelsson, even Alex Wendt has talked about recognition a lot. So you might want to look these up. Sorry, I think I just wanted to get rid of these comments, and I'll leave it. We can discuss this if you want. You can get back to me by email or whatever.
I think the ties would have come up a little bit more if I had more time. Initially, I thought it was 20 to 25 minutes, but
well, if you have a half an hour slot, it's difficult to talk for 25 minutes because then we don't have a discussion anymore. So, anyway, thank you very much, Anneliese. We move on to Magdalena. Now, I should say that Magdalena and I go a long way back, as they say, because Magdalena did her master's at a famous university in southwestern Germany and wrote a fantastic master thesis on the Cypriot border and the consequences of the EU integration on this border under a not so famous supervisor. So Magdalena, it's very good to see you again and see how you've moved on. Of course, one part of me thinks you should have stayed with Cyprus. The other part of me thinks, oh, that's very good that she's found different issues to talk about. She's now at the University of Groningen, which is, of course, these days a very popular place for our people to go. And it's great that you found your place there. She is going to talk about, I think, a theme related to her thesis, which has to do with the role that counter-terrorism plays in the engagement of the EU with enlargement, possible membership countries. Not possible, with membership countries in the Western Balkans. So Magdalena, all over to you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. Good to see you again and happy to be here. I will share my presentation. Moment. Do you see it? Yes, wonderful. Great. All right, so I will talk, as announced, on the role of transnational counterterrorism in EU enlargement towards Southeast Europe. And I will present a part of my PhD research, which is only still very young. And I will present one case study and some insights from key documents of that case study. So to give you firstly a brief background on EU Southeast European counterterrorism cooperation, the region that I'm now concerned with in my PhD research is a region that consists of EU aspirants in Southeast Europe and that are commonly referred to under the term Western Balkans. That's an EU policy term, actually. And you can see them on this map. So just to mention them once, so we're talking about Albania, North Macedonia, Kosovo, Montenegro, Serbia, and Bosnia-Herzegovina. That's a priority region for the EU in external action on counterterrorism. And it's oftentimes mentioned that the reason for this is that the region and the European Union share common security interests, and the security situations are closely tied together. Therefore, counterterrorism is also part of the acquis communautaire as part of chapter 24 So it's part of the enlargement negotiations, and it's also, as part of security policy, a priority in the enlargement strategy of the Commission of 2018. And to briefly give you an idea of my view on EU Southeast European counterterrorism cooperation, in my view, there are two core principles that govern this cooperation. Firstly, it follows the externalization of internal EU counterterrorism policies. What I mean with this is that internal EU policies on counterterrorism are, so to say, copied as a parallel structure towards the region. For example, in the EU, there is an EU counterterrorism coordinator and a network of national counterterrorism coordinators that, well, as they say, coordinate counterterrorism policies on the EU level. And this is also implemented in the region of Southeast Europe, and there is a regional network of national counterterrorism coordinators. So the strategies are copied, so to say. And secondly, the regional cooperation is the preferred mode. And that actually not only holds for counterterrorism cooperation, but for enlargement in general. So regional cooperation is what the EU's strategy is towards this enlargement. And my overall PhD project asks against that background one overarching question, which is how and with what actor-specific motivations has counterterrorism cooperation assumed such relevance in the EU enlargement? And I'm breaking this down into three more manageable questions. So firstly, what cooperation dynamics can I observe? In how far does counterterrorism cooperation reflect overall enlargement dynamics? And thirdly, how does counterterrorism cooperation contribute to enlargement? And my overall goal in this is to problematize counterterrorism cooperation as a strategy of political integration. So I don't want to take counterterrorism cooperation as a given or as something taken for granted, as such a part that it takes in the enlargement negotiations. And I also want to ask, what effects does it have that this is the approach pursued? So I'm taking a critical perspective on this development, and I'm taking a theoretical perspective of governmentality. So this is about the governing the conduct of, in my case, of government. So establishing a certain way of doing things, and from my view, this is about establishing an EU way of doing things in the region. But now today I'm going to talk mostly about my case study, of one of my case studies actually, which is the Western Balkan Counterterrorism Initiative. As you can guess from the name, this is about counterterrorism coordination among the Western Balkan countries. And I'm briefly talking about the origin and its aims here. So it originates, as they say, from within the region. It was led and initiated by Slovenia, and took on board all EU aspirants from the region, and originated from a regional ministerial framework. And then it was proposed by Slovenia to the EU level. It also took on board Austria as a lead partner, and it then was endorsed by the Council in 2015. It is now not a standalone initiative anymore, but it's part of an overarching internal security framework, the IISG, which used to be under the auspices of a security sector reform center in Ljubljana, and is now under the auspices of the Regional Cooperation Council in Sarajevo. And the aims of this, that is maybe more important here, is that it's not an operative initiative. It doesn't do things itself, but it coordinates international assistance on counterterrorism, as there are numerous actors, international and local actors, regional actors in the region that work on counterterrorism. For example, the UN, but of course also the EU, the USA are very active, or the OSCE. And the aim is to coordinate this assistance in order to avoid duplication of efforts so that things are not done twice. And this eventually shall facilitate the coordination of counterterrorism activities. So for this, to make this case study a bit more manageable, I ask what role does the WBCTI assume in the overall framework of EU Southeast European counterterrorism cooperation? This again broken down into two questions that I will reply to in the next slides. What does it do actually? What does this initiative do? And secondly, in how far does it reflect overall EU Southeast European cooperation in counterterrorism? So for this case study, I engage in 3 data generation methods, which I also do for the overall project. So I first look at policy documents or at core documents. I conduct expert interviews, and I engage in digital ethnography. And today I'm only talking about the documents, but this, as you saw, that you know that this will also be part of the project. I'm not going to go deep inside the documents that I analyzed. These are just some examples to give you an idea of what documents exist around the initiative. So in the red box, you can see really the core documents of this initiative. Most importantly, the integrative plan of action, which is a multi-annual plan that maps out all ongoing or planned activities around counterterrorism, that gives a timeline and is a sort of matrix so that all involved actors can orient themselves towards that. And in the blue box, you see that I also analyzed, so to say, neighboring documents that were mentioned in those core documents, but that also are used to contextualize the documents. So to give a brief answer to the first question, what does it actually do? So it has 2 methods, I would say. Firstly, it conducts a needs assessment of relevant groups, and relevant in the eyes of the WBCTI are the Southeast European authorities, the EU institutions, experts on counterterrorism, as well as international and regional actors. So there are four groups that provided their priorities and needs in counterterrorism in order to map out what is needed overall. And then secondly, I already talked about that, the integrative plan of action, which is drafted every 3 years and provides a matrix of planned activities, which breaks it down into a timeline and manageable sub-goals and numeric goals as well. And to give you an overview of self-declared achievements in the first phases of this initiative, again, these are initiatives from the partners of this initiative, not the initiative itself, because it only coordinates. But it lists, of course, the achievements of the partners. So, for example, there has been a cooperation with Europol that drafts intelligence reports on the terrorism situation within the region, following the example of Europol's own reports on the terrorism situation within the EU. They've drafted a common risk indicators list for the early detection of foreign terrorist fighters in the region. They've even developed, which I find quite remarkable, an own prevention approach together with the International Organization for Migration. It's called Prevent, Refer, Address, and shall give guidelines to the involved partners in cases of suspected radicalization. And finally, a coordination database on a rolling basis that keeps track of the activities going on. And my second question was, in how far does the initiative reflect the overall EU Southeast European cooperation in counterterrorism? I would give a balanced answer to that and say, firstly, well, it does reflect these overall dynamics for a number of reasons. So, for example, I already mentioned that point. It externalizes internal EU counterterrorism policies. As again, I already mentioned the regional network of counterterrorism coordinators. I also found that they want to establish a regional radicalization awareness network, or short RAN, which is also happening in the EU. It's a network of radicalization practitioners and experts that meet on a number of dimensions of radicalization, and that also is to be established within the region. Then, of course, the regional cooperation is the preferred mode also in the WBCTI. It focuses very much heavily on radicalization and returning foreign terrorist fighters, which is also the focus of the EU's overall approach of this cooperation. A whole of society approach towards de-radicalization is used, meaning that radicalization is not only a criminal matter, but also a health and a social matter involving various actors in society. Then an interagency approach is followed, involving a number of agencies from the EU or local authorities or regional agencies, and an involvement of multiple stakeholders, that it's not an EU or bilateral initiative, but it involves multiple stakeholders. But then again, it also has its particularities, which I think are very built in already in the design of the initiative. So it is a member state-led initiative, Slovenia and Austria, and not an EU-led initiative, which is quite particular in EU enlargement. It's also the first time that the EU commits to such an extent to an instrument with a regional origin, which then again, also in the ongoing processes of the initiative, shall provide for a greater inclusiveness for the enlargement process. So in conclusion, I think in many aspects, the initiative does reflect general principles of this cooperation. But then again, there are particularities of it, which I think are intentional. So it is supposed to be set aside a bit from, to be different from the general approach to enlargement and in counterterrorism cooperation. But I also know that this research is from documents. I cannot make a very general conclusion of this, and I need more research with other methods to really make an assessment of the role of the WBCTI. So where to from here? There are a lot of questions that are still open, but I've listed here two that I still want to tackle. For example, how relevant is WBCTI in the actual day-to-day work of EU Southeast European counterterrorism cooperation, as it is mainly a coordination initiative. And there are many more initiatives that might be more relevant, and that it's, well, I need to find that still out and understand better. And especially what are different perspectives from different actors on the role of the WBCTI. Again, it's a member state-led initiative. It steps a bit aside from the normal, let's say, the normal procedures of EU enlargement, and that might leave some space for disagreement. And my next steps will be, I'm currently actually also conducting expert interviews and engaging in digital ethnography, and that will be my way forward. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you very much, Magdalena. Very good. We do have a first question already by Gregor Christensmeyer.
Lena, thank you very much for that very interesting insights into the counterterrorism efforts connected to the enlargement. I would be pretty much interested in whether you...
You're muted, I think.
Sorry, that was me. Sorry. I can't, Gregor. Yes, thank you.
Can you hear me
so
again?
sorry. I tried to take down your hand, and accidentally I muted you. I'm sorry about this.
So where did I stop?
You are very much interested in something.
Okay. Okay, I was interested in whether you can already say something about the different participation of the regional countries in this kind of initiative. So does the closeness to membership have an influence on the activity on these kind of platforms, or is that something that you don't have any information about yet?
That's a very interesting question. I don't have a lot of information on that yet. I have my impressions and some insights, but from documents, it's hard to judge. A lot of interesting insights I can draw from the progress reports of the Commission, because that's where the Commission uses its harshest words and leaves diplomacy aside. And I can, well, I have already conducted a few interviews, and I have a bit of impression already. So I would say it's so there is a bit of a difference in participation among the states, but I think it's not very much connected to the progress in the enlargement, but more with the own self-understanding of the government towards the EU or towards the problem of recognizing the problem of terrorism or not. So, for example, we do see very, very different conceptualizations of extremism or terrorism within the region. So, for example, Serbia and Montenegro are oftentimes, and that's the self-understanding, often also said this is not a problem in our countries, as that I think this connects to a definition of extremism as jihadism, and leaves, for example, hooliganism or right-wing extremism aside. And that's something that the progress reports mention as a shortcoming, that we need a more inclusive definition of extremism. And if you have a definition that is very exclusive and focusing on one particular type of extremism, then the enthusiasm of participating in such an initiative is not that high. But again, I have a very limited understanding of this yet.
Thank you.
Absolutely clear, but thank you a lot for that first insights.
Then we have a question, I think, from former Groningen to current Groningen, Isabel Burmeister. Isabel?
Oh, sorry. Am I now unmuted? Yes. Okay, there we go. Yes, very happy to see that people are still going to Groningen to study. I really enjoyed my time there. So I really, thanks for your presentation, Magdalena. I understand that you're at the very beginning of your PhD, but I was wondering, so what I was missing from your presentation was the research puzzle a little bit. So the so what for me left me a bit unsatisfied, because I learned a lot. I thought it was very interesting, but then I was wondering if you already have a bit of an idea what makes this, for example, an interesting case to look at, and what is exactly the problem that you're tackling with your PhD.
I think that's a very good question. Yes, I would have had that as well.
Yes, no, that's a very good question, and I'm struggling with defining that for a while. But it's always, for me, it's a bit difficult to pin down the puzzle, and the so what question is always a painful one. But I think I'm interested in this because I was surprised, and I'm still surprised by the prominence that counterterrorism cooperation takes in this current enlargement. If you compare this to other enlargements, and it's a bit unfair to compare it to other enlargements because most of the enlargement processes have taken place before the EU developed its most parts of its own counterterrorism strategy. So it's obvious that that only recently counterterrorism can take such a prominent role in enlargement. But if you look, for example, at the still ongoing enlargement towards Turkey, and that's maybe then a valid comparison, you see that towards Turkey, the understanding of the role of counterterrorism in enlargement is much, much smaller, or less significant. So there are Europol cooperation agreements with Turkey, and there is mentioning of counterterrorism as an important pillar of the negotiations, but mostly towards the PKK, and mostly dealt with as a domestic problem of Turkey and the EU insisting on a human rights based approach towards that. So this is really more seems to me more a one-way street, whereas in the current enlargement, this seems to be one of the playing fields for reforming institutions, for establishing a certain way of governance. So it seems to me that with the issue of counterterrorism, the EU's way of doing things is implemented and trained. So this is why I wonder, is that a good idea, especially with when you use counterterrorism that has different types of extremism as definitions that potentially can lead to societal divisions and prejudices. So that's my puzzle.
I think that would be a very good point to make. I think that we've had several instances where through the engagement with enlargement countries, there was a redefinition of what the EU actually is. Just think about the Copenhagen criteria and the role of minority rights, of course. It's a classic example. And of course, that would be very interesting to explore to what extent this policy on counterterrorism is not only flowing from existing EU norms, but actually has a feedback on how counterterrorism is a defining part of the European Union. On the other hand, of course, in your proposal and in your presentation now, you make two other possible angles, I suppose, through which one could get to the issue of, what to do with this. The first one is, how come, and in the proposal, not so much in the presentation, I should say, you talk a lot about the actors behind it and the motivations. And my critical point would have been, is this really the motivation? But it's actually an interesting point, because of course the EU is itself, of course, part of a broader discourse about counter-terrorism. And so the question is, of course, is this something, that particular actors pursue in order to achieve certain things? Is this down to the interests of particular actors? Or is it just because everyone is talking about counter-terrorism, and so there's a general sense that one needs to do something, which I think would be a very different kind of a quote-unquote motivation, as it were. And then, of course, on the other side, there's this governmentality business. I mean, you touched upon this and said you wanted to do something about this, but it wasn't quite clear, where you would take this in many ways.
Can I just jump on what you just said, Thomas? And maybe it would also help to think about, is this a general change in the EU policy, as you just said, or is there maybe something specific about the Western Balkans? I mean, as you just said, Máté, you can compare with other enlargements, but still maybe think about that as well, in which respect the Western Balkans is also a case or not.
Yeah, very good questions. So about the actors and motivations, that's something that I will need to see. Is this a logical next step of in EU counterterrorism integration itself? I think, at least in this case, in my case study, there will be some points where I will need, where looking at actor-specific interests will be interesting. For example, I'm very surprised about the role of Slovenia taking the lead, not only in this initiative, but also in other counterterrorism initiatives, and presenting itself as the leader of Western Balkans, where it has historic for the last decades tried to not be part of that region. So that's something that I will look into, certainly. On governmentality, I'm very well aware that this is not yet a full-fledged theoretical perspective for me. My approach was to use this as a guiding theoretical perspective, because I'm recognizing that I cannot be freed from theoretical guiding perspectives. What it guides me to in my research is to look at this certain type of governing that I want to observe. So I'm asking what rationalities is behind this? What does the design of certain programs and initiatives tell me? what kind of knowledge and truth does that convey? So questioning the definitions that are used and the understandings of that. So that's how governmentality helps me in approaching my empirics. What I will do with it when I come out of the empirics, we'll see. That will be interesting for me as well. And whether this is a specific case of enlargement, that's a very good question. I'm not sure I will know after my PhD, because well, who knows if this enlargement, I'm very sure it's not going to be done then. And I'm sure there will not be a new round of enlargement then. But I think there are a number of interesting points that this question can guide me to. For example, well, the issue that the region itself is, okay, there is a lot of reluctance within the EU towards current enlargement. And there is, well, I've read this in documents and in interviews, that there is the tendency to jump on problems within the region for reluctant member states as an excuse to problematize enlargement as in itself. And it could be, well, counterterrorism cooperation shall of course improve the cooperation on this issue and improve the security situation in the region. It could also focus the attention of this being a problem, which it actually is not as much as this program, this framework suggests. So actually also learned that at least some EU officials don't think that the Western Balkans have a bigger problem in terrorism than the EU. Actually, the EU has a much bigger problem in terms of attacks and radicalization. But it is an issue that is decided for as an area. So that's something to look at. Is it specific or not? But it's an interesting question. Thanks a lot.
And of course, it could be specific to the time, so it could be a sign of the times. That's what I meant with discourse, or it could be a particular construction of the Western Balkans in some quarters. And then I think that it comes from countries that are sort of in the same broader geographical area or adjacent to it is perhaps also very interesting. I mean, I don't think that sort of, I mean, if you want to get into this sort of, why is it, you know, these two, and is this something new? I mean, there's a whole literature, of course, on these EU leads and the lead groups, etc. That so it's not that uncommon in general. Think about EU-Iran that started out with EU3, etc. But I think the broader question of sort of, you know, how is the Western Balkans constructed in this is perhaps also an interesting issue as a hotbed for terrorism. Anyway, very good paper. Thank you. Lots of food of thought for you, and we're looking forward to see what comes out of this. Certainly, I think a very interesting topic. I think we'll be waiting then for the big message that we will want to take home. Thank you, Magdalena.
Thanks a lot.
Now, the next paper is by Mirali Mirashimli. And he, as I understand, has just completed a PhD, a master at the Free University in Berlin in European Studies. This is, in fact, his second master, and he's going to talk about EU-Azerbaijan relations and the tension that there is in EU foreign policy between Europeanization and what we used to call normative power on the one hand, and what he calls stabilitocracy on the other hand. So in a sense, the support of regimes that are sort of predominantly legitimizing themselves by having stability as an output of their policies. With no further ado, it's all yours, Mirali.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to make a correction because I studied at University of Pannonia, Hungary. Also as an exchange university, I studied Free University of Berlin, but I got my diploma from Free University of, University of Pannonia. Then I did my research in Hungary as well. So to begin with, I'm sorry. Okay, I hope you see my slides. So my topic is from Europeanization to stabilitocracy, how the EU defines its relations with Azerbaijan. So first of all, why I did this research, because there's not too many research has been done on Azerbaijan in terms of human rights violations, democracy, and so on. And especially after the European Neighborhood Policy and its Eastern Partnership initiative, actually Azerbaijan became one of the member of this initiative, and this initiative, which forms the relations between the EU and these 6 member states, which are Moldova, Azerbaijan, Armenia, Belarus, Ukraine, and Georgia, has a lot to be done in terms of human rights and democracy from this perspective. And my theoretical perspective is to Europeanization versus stabilitocracy. What is Europeanization? As we know that European Union forces its all member states to comply with its acquis communautaire for the acquisition. However, since the enlargement, it has been applied not only to member states, but also candidate and countries that cooperate with the EU. And there has been a long discussion about how the EU can impose its policies on member candidates and neighborhoods countries. And this discussion is the second perspective for the Europeanization. And some experts, for example, Börsel and Rieger, believes that this, acquis communautaire should not be an issue because as these states have to comply with the rules, they have to comply with the rules anyway. Also, Börsel defines Europeanization as a two-way process, bottom-up and top-down. And for her, bottom-up perspective is that expresses the European Union institutions, how they evolved since the beginning and became the main study and dynamics for institution building in Europe. And the second way, the top-down dimension, search the answers how these new institutions influence the policies and processes of the European Union. And according to this top-down dimension, while the EU goes further from the borders, its influence becomes less and weaker and weaker. And while it fails to influence to these countries, it fronts to stabilitocracy. And what is stabilitocracy? Stabilitocracy is regarded as the main pillar of interests of the West, not only the European Union, but the West, of course, the US, Canada, and etc. And these interests can be, for example, political, economic, geopolitical, military, and energy, for example, and towards the autocratic countries, which can be very dangerous too. And stabilitocracy or stabilocracy, some experts write it as stabilitocracy, some of them stabilocracy, and mainly regarded as Western Balkan countries, but there are other examples such as Turkey, Hungary, Russia, and so on. And in my example, of course, Azerbaijan. And between the Europe and Azerbaijan, these benefits is the energy and shutting its eyes towards democracy. And my research question is why and how the EU should push the Azerbaijani government for the implementation of human rights, democracy, and rule of law. And my hypotheses are the EU's stabilitocracy policy toward this country makes the Azerbaijani regime more and more authoritarian in the direction of violations of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. And my second hypothesis is that as Europe continues to ignore autocratic behaviors of this infamous regime, it will eventually backfire. So my methodology is that I observed this, let's say, these issues during my master's, and also I took several interviews with the experts from Azerbaijan, and I also included it into my article, my master thesis. As you can see, this is the territories of Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan has a border with Caspian Sea, and it is of course rich with energy sources. And Russia and Iran is regarded for Azerbaijan as kind of threat because of their expansion policies and intervention policies towards its neighborhood. Georgia is regarded as good relations. Yeah, you can see children's screams. These are my friends' children. They are too naughty. I'm sorry for that. So yeah, Georgia is regarded as a good cooperation country, has good relations with Azerbaijan, and Armenia, which is a hot topic. Armenia is regarded as a hostile country. Turkey is for Azerbaijan is a kind of brother country, but it has no border with Azerbaijan itself, except Nakhchivan, which is an autonomous republic of Azerbaijan, which also do not have any border with Azerbaijan. Only it has a borders, certain kilometers of border with Turkey. Yes, and I will shortly talk about how Azerbaijan became independent. In 1991, Azerbaijan became independent after the dissolution of the USSR, and as you can see, this guy was the first president of Azerbaijan, but he was the leader of Azerbaijan Soviet Socialist Republic before the independence, and he became the first president, but with a fraud in elections. And second guy, who's Abulfaz Elchibay, he's regarded as the main the leader of independence movement in 1990s or 1990s, and he became the second president of Azerbaijan, but he has been ousted with a coup d'etat. While there was a coup attempt in 1992, he invited Heydar Aliyev, who is the father of recent President Ilham Aliyev, but Heydar Aliyev misused it, and he helped the army to, not army, but some generals, some officers in the army to oust him, and he became the president of Azerbaijan. After his death, his son Ilham Aliyev became the president. And I will shortly talk about the relations with the European Union. First, when Azerbaijan became independent, the European Union started to assist Azerbaijan with several programs such as TASIS, Traseka, and Innogate. which is the help towards people. For TASIS is a program helps to help people who suffered from the war. As you know, there was a war from 1990 to 1994 in the first Nagorno-Karabakh war. And after that, in 1997, Azerbaijan and the EU signed the Partnership and Cooperation Agreement, and they started to form the relations between each other with these agreements. However, there were criticism against this agreement because of its mainly concentrating on economic issues, but leaving out the human rights and democracy issues. And when the European neighborhood policy started, of course, it has been this agreement changed to the Eastern Partnership Initiative in 2009, which has been initiated by foreign ministers of Poland and Czech Republic. And I would like to talk about the importance of Azerbaijan for the EU, because while the EU is very highly dependent on Russia, it towards to many other sources, of course, and Azerbaijan is one of the important, I can say, important countries in these terms. For example, its trans-Adriatic pipeline. Azerbaijan is one of the branch of the trans-Adriatic pipeline. But the most importantly, the EU is very important important for Azerbaijan in terms of exports of its resources. For example, 95% of Azerbaijan's exports are depends on the fossil fuels, and it's 50% of the exports are to the European Union. And about the general attitude of the EU to conflict and occupations in Azerbaijan, that of course during the Nagorno-Karabakh war, Azerbaijan, the European Union tries to be unbiased towards Armenia and between Azerbaijan and Armenia, do not want to intervene too much, but they started OSCE Minsk group, which has which there are members of France, Russia, and the US, but also some observers from Europe, Turkey, and other countries. And in 2007, this group, mainly with the leadership of the EU, signed an agreement called Madrid Principles, and with these Madrid Principles, they decided how to divide the Nagorno-Karabakh between Armenia and Azerbaijan. Actually, it's not division, but returning of the territories that Armenia invaded during Nagorno-Karabakh war. It is neighborhood countries to Nagorno-Karabakh. Actually, I can show it here.
You have 2 minutes at most.
Okay. Very briefly. So this is Nagorno-Karabakh and its neighborhood, and after especially with the recent war, only there is one city called Shusha became returned to Azerbaijan, actually with the war. These countries are regarded as neighborhood of Nagorno-Karabakh, which Armenia occupied. Now, after the war, these territories again became Azerbaijani parts, and Armenians will return to these parts except this city of Shusha. So in 2005, with the rise of authoritarianism of Ilham Aliyev, there was corruption scandals in the EU, the frauds, bribes against the EU MPs, member of parliaments, there were human rights violations, and also pressures against the opposition and rise of authoritarianism during COVID-19 outbreak has been observed. And I guess I mentioned Nagorno-Karabakh war. But what I wanted to mention is that how EU's natural attitude towards Azerbaijan, towards shutting its eyes to democracy and corruption scandals, results in the rise of authoritarianism in Azerbaijan, and also influence its own territories. As I mentioned, human rights violations, pressures against the media, also offshore companies in the EU, and also security issues, which started with the Nagorno-Karabakh war again last month. And what should the EU do? I believe they have to sanction the corrupt leaders of Azerbaijani government. For example, recently the Netherlands government, parliament decided to sanction the Azerbaijani government due to Nagorno-Karabakh war, but it should not be an issue only with the war, but especially with the human rights scandals. So yes, I guess I finished. Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Any comments or questions? Magdalena.
Yes, hi, thanks a lot for your presentation. I'm wondering, against the background of the most recent outbreak of violence in the region, and that you mentioned whether your guiding question is what the EU can do against internal human rights issues in Azerbaijan. I'm wondering, and going back to what Thomas was wondering, and about normative power Europe, can the EU even do something? So does the EU have normative power from the perspective of the Azerbaijani public, or is it too biased also because of France's position, for example, within the conflict?
Of course, it can. The European Union can do a lot of things because the economy of Azerbaijan is highly dependent on the EU, because 95% of the exports is fossil fuels, and 50% of these exports are to the European Union. And if the European Union threatens the Azerbaijani government of sanctioning, and mainly these governments, the oligarchs' bank account is in the EU, of course, mainly to Swiss banks. There are a lot of offshore companies in the Great Britain as well, in Malta, in other regions of the European Union countries, but they don't want to intervene in these issues. As you also mentioned, France during this Nagorno-Karabakh war, France became biased, I can tell, for siding for Armenia, maybe because of kind of a Christianity, or maybe there is 500,000 Armenians in France. That might be an issue, and there are some voices in Azerbaijan is calling for the forcing France to leave the OSCE Minsk group, which is the main kind of organization, main initiative to for both sides to cooperate. And I don't know, I believe, yes, there are a lot of things to do, as I mentioned. But yeah, however, the European Union does not attempt to be more active in this role, and leaves the activity to Russia. And recently, of course, Russian troops has been deployed in Nagorno-Karabakh and its neighborhood.
Thank you, Isabel.
Thank you. Thanks, Rali, for your really interesting presentation. I have a few points. So first of all, I think you got a very good grasp on the empirical side of the case, and I think Azerbaijan is a really interesting case in the Eastern Partnership. So I have a few comments, and maybe this could give you a few ideas on the things to maybe be more precise about. So the first thing is I think you paint a very dark picture, and I can see where it's coming from, especially, you know, the EU's role is very limited in the conflict, especially the recent one. But then I wouldn't. Well, the question is always, is this really the role that we should expect from the EU? And then maybe what came up in my research, because I look at Armenia as one of my cases as well, is that especially in the multilateral part of the Eastern Partnership, there are contacts between the two countries. So, and there are some civil protection projects in the neighborhood. So on a very, very technical level, I think the EU is still having an impact. It might be very limited, and it might not be what we expect. So maybe a bit more nuance here would be demanded here. And then the second point relates to from what I've seen from your presentation, I think you really paint a dichotomy between, on the one hand, these norms and values, so the human rights, democracy, and on the other hand, the interests of the EU and the stability and the economic interests. And this is a very old story, right? And I think there has been some very interesting research that actually reconceptualizes this dichotomy, looking at values as well as values as interests, for example. So to what extent do you really think this dichotomy helps in your research? And this relates to my third point. Maybe you could clarify a bit this Europeanization versus stabilitocracy, because I'm not sure I really see what in which way these are different, because as I understand, stabilitocracy really relates to this approach, this interest-based approach. But isn't Europeanization also based on interests?
Stabilitocracy is that interest, but shutting its eyes to, mainly in the autocratic countries, to democracy, human rights violations. But Europeanization is to force the European Union, candidates, even member and cooperation countries, to obey its rules, the rule of law, democracy, and human rights. The difference is that. Could I explain or not?
I think the problem is that you presuppose, as perhaps one can do in the Azerbaijani case, that the prevailing interest of the European Union is in oil, and that you discount the possibility that order is also a value. Now, I think I share your criticism to some extent, but I think that our discounting of order as a value in itself, and therefore stability as a possible norm, is perhaps also problematic. So in that sense, the question, I think, for the policymaker, the policymaker does not necessarily want to engage in these philosophical issues. I think it's philosophically an interesting question. To what extent can order also be a norm? and to what extent are the promotion of human rights also interests. But for the policymaker, of course, the acute question is, if you sanction, what are the effects of those sanctions? So in a sense, I think the policymaker has to take a more consequentialist ethics perspective. And there, of course, the question then is, to what extent is there value in continuing dialogue with the regime? Incidentally, I think it's quite funny that in the days of the Cold War, there were many people who were in favor of engaging with the regimes in the East in order to open them up, and were actually against sanctions. And it's often the same people who are now in favor of sanctions and against the dialogue. And I find this fascinating, actually. I think I should write a piece on this at some point. But I think this is the challenge. So what would be the effects of sanctions?
So besides sanctions, I want to just mention one thing. In 2019, there was an arrest of one political activist who was a journalist, and he was very popular young in Azerbaijan, and also in the Europe. Who deals with the Azerbaijani human rights violation in Azerbaijan. He's a very popular member, and during his arrest, there was a harsh criticism from the Europe, and as Azerbaijani government doesn't even allow people to protest after his arrest, there was a criticism in the European Parliament, and there were some voices to sanction Azerbaijani government due to his arrest, and other activists too. And after this criticism, Azerbaijani government decided to allow the protests, and in this protest there was around 30,000 people, and it was the highest number protests in, let's say, in a decade, even more. And after this protest, the government decided to raise the salaries, decided to even change some government members. Of course, they changed with other corrupt government members, but at least they tried to do something. So I believe that it helps when the European Union threatens to sanction, even will sanction, it will help. And the association agreement, which has been signed with Armenia and other members, Moldova, Ukraine, and Georgia, but with Armenia it's a little bit different, more limited as other members. It should be signed, and is trying as a European Union trying to sign with Azerbaijan as well. And after this association agreement, I believe that it can impose its rules more and more to the Azerbaijan, and I believe it will be very effective.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not sure whether the problem with the association agreement is the EU. I think it's also, I mean, it takes two to tango. It takes two to sign an association agreement. I mean, I take your story, and I think, I generally, in principle, I agree with you. The question is, of course, whether the European Parliament doing this is one thing. The question is how far, in the end, the EU wants to go. I think there is, of course, and you may be right. I just think that the EU has an immense problem at the moment in dealing with these cases, and I think it's to do with a credibility problem. It's a double credibility problem. On the one hand, it's a credibility problem because I'm not sure what the alternatives of the EU are in terms of access to gas in this case. So you can go to Russia, but of course that doesn't solve the autocracy or stabilitocracy problem. So the alternative suppliers are not necessarily better. You can go to the US and get fracking, then you've got a different problem on your hands. So it's not, so there's a credibility problem there, I think. And the second credibility problem is, of course, that you've got violations of the rule of law in your own place. So that's also an issue, I think. So yes, I mean, I think the EU could do more and be more outspoken. I think there's a question of how far it can go in these relations. Anyway, I think we've got to come to an end. I think what I'm going to do before we join us this again in 15 minutes is Sebastian and I have done a German Academic Exchange Service funded workshop with South Caucasus students and German students. We've done this now the third time, and this time we did it in Baku just before the lockdown started. So we were very lucky there. And you can find.
Sorry, I think I heard this. I had a professor from University of in Georgia, German professor who taught me in Prague University.
Yes, yeah, Oliver Reisner. That was, we did it in
Oliver
Tbilisi the year before.
Yes.
And then these publications, so we did it in Yerevan, then in Tbilisi, and then in Baku. And there are interesting scenarios that the students have written about EU-South Caucasus relations 2030 and then 2040. I think we can rightly say that some scenarios, such as a South Caucasus Union, will not come true given the events over the last year in the foreseeable future. But anyway, you may be interested in having a look at those scenarios, so we'll put them into the chat. Now, I understand that that after the break, we only have 2 papers because Fong Pham, we cannot find him. So we've got Paul and Urban. Paul, I understand, has some technical issues, but it seems they are sorted. Is that true, Paul?
I've just sorted out the issues. So now I'm connected via phone and computer just to anticipate some internet issues.
Yeah, it's a bit
German
spooky.
digitalization, you know.
It's a bit spooky that we can see you speak, but then we can see a phone. So we can see you, but then the phone speaks. But well, that's good. Anyway, so we will have sufficient time after the break, and I suggest we reconvene at 11:30. Please be on time, and I'm assuming that IDM will now put up the screen for the break. Thank you. See you in a bit.
Thank you, Thomas. And just remember, we remain live, so everything that you say will be broadcasted on our YouTube channel. So, we are back after the coffee break. And it remains, as you said, we have 2 presentations in the second part of the third panel. And yes, Thomas, please.
Okay, you are assuming that everyone is actually back. I can only see black spaces, as it were. So, here, Magdalena, thank you very much. So, I'm not sure, maybe I should talk for another minute or so, otherwise Paul will talk into the black hole of Zoom conferencing. On the chat, you can see that Sebastian has put up the link to the website where you can find these projects and the reports we did. As I say, the reports are student scenarios on EU South Caucasus relations. I can only encourage you to have a look if you're interested in the area. The Tbilisi one, of course, is with all parties, so maybe that's the most interesting one. I should say that one of the most frustrating aspects of my recent life has been that we've had a wonderful time with them, the Azerbaijanis and the Armenians, and to see their posts now on Facebook is really a bit disturbing, I have to say, and raises all sorts of questions about the kind of track 2 mediation efforts that one engages in. Anyway, I think I've talked enough now, so let's introduce Paul. Paul is currently pursuing a master at in European management at University of Applied Science in Wildau, in Brandenburg, Germany. His topic is the common agricultural policy. I recently reviewed a manuscript for a journal which looked at, what do EU scholars write about? And one of the findings, which they thought was surprising, but which did surprise me a lot, was that hardly anyone is writing about the biggest chunk of money that the EU has, namely the CAP. So here is Paul, who will address this gap in the literature and write about CAP. He looks at CAP and its possible contribution to the reduction of greenhouse gases in the agricultural industry. Paul, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So I will first share my screen and start out with transmitting from my computer. But in case there's any connection problems, of course, I will switch to my phone. Let me just get started. So as you introduced already my topic, I will just quickly line out my research question. So the main focus was on finding qualitative and quantitative adaptations to the CAP, or the Common Environment Agricultural Policy, in order to achieve the 2030 greenhouse gas reduction targets set out in the Green New Deal. Before I start, maybe a big disclaimer. The CAP is currently under negotiations and connected, of course, to the MFF approval process. The research that I've done is obviously based on the current CAPs, which is probably valid until the end of 2020. Nonetheless, I've considered some aspects from the 2018 European Commission proposal on the new CAP, and also the current political discussions. In terms of methodology, I cited, of course, the relevant policy documents, as well as the revision paper done by the Tuning Institute. And I conducted an expert interview with the Directorate General for Agriculture and Rural Development, as well as an extensive written interchange with the Deutsche Bauernverband, which is the lobby group advocating for farmers here. So let's start with my topic. I hope I can. Yes, I can. So in order to get my points across, I would just quickly line out the EU agricultural industry and its greenhouse gas emissions in order to proceed to the EU Common Agricultural Policy, and later on, line out the adaptations in terms of horizontal adaptations, Pillar 2 adaptations, and Pillar 1 adaptations. And of course, I'm happy to receive your questions afterwards. So without further ado, I'd like to start with the first part. In terms of agricultural industry, we have we need to see the inputs here. First, we have 10.3 million agricultural holdings, farming around 156.7 million hectares across the European Union. The industry employs 9.7 million people, either part-time or full-time. And from a policy perspective, we also have to consider the great size disparity between holdings. So around 50% of the utilized agricultural area is made up of farms bigger than 100 hectares. And we also have a great number of very small holdings, being either bigger than 5 or bigger than 10 hectares. So the entire industry has an output, as you can see on the screen, of around 432 billion euros, of which 51% is made up of crops and around 39% is made of animal products. This production, of course, leads to a substantial greenhouse gas emissions. For 2019, we have 436 megatons of CO2 equivalent, making up around 9.2% of the overall emissions. Here it's important to note that it's not the classical CO2 emissions, but rather methane and nitrous dioxide. Methane, as you may assume, is the product of enteric fermentation and manure management in the raising of animals and, of course, the production of dairy products, whereas nitrous oxide is mainly emitted via the treatment of agricultural soils, such as tillage, and the movement of the topsoil layer containing carbon. The Green New Deal, as well as the aligned directive, the European Emissions Trading System, lines out that these figures are supposed to be reduced by 30% when comparing it to the 2005 levels, which is to say that by 2030, the agricultural industry is supposed to emit only 308.44 megatons of CO2 equivalent. So how can the CAP in this case assist or facilitate this reduction and the substantial reduction? Maybe just a quick shout out on the aspects. Of course, all the goals are derived from the CAP general objectives. And first, the horizontal aspects here. We have several measures and horizontal aspects which aim to streamline overall goals of the Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 actions. And most importantly, the horizontal aspects define the good environmental and agricultural and environmental conditions, short GAC, which is part of the cross-compliance. And this cross-compliance makes farmers eligible for any kind of payment, so they have to comply with these requirements in order to receive subsidies. The most climate mitigation relevant GACs I identified are the ones that you can see on the screen. And for the purposes of this presentation, I would like to highlight the GAC 4 on minimum soil cover and the GAC 5 on minimum land management to limit soil erosions. So these are mainly to reduce soil erosion in the case of, for instance, winter periods or in steep slope areas. And these are applied commonly to all subsidies. What does this mean for the other pillars? So the Common Agricultural Policy basically has two pillars, which are quite different from each other. We have the first one being directed at the genuine farmer and being paid out as an annual direct payment. As a result, these subsidies or the member states have low flexibility in adapting the exact kind of payment and the conditions attached to these payments. So they have to pay it out upon completion. This is completely different for the Pillar 2. Here we have the rural community and scientific community as a target group. And we have project-based funding, which is to say that projects between 5 to 7 years can be financed using Pillar 2, the Pillar 2 budget. And as these projects are, of course, based on the local conditions of the agricultural industry, member states enjoy higher autonomy and flexibility when it comes to addressing the relevant priorities and the measures. So in terms of climate mitigation relevant schemes for Pillar 1, I've identified several ones. Here you can see a selection of them. The most important I would like to focus on in this presentation is the greening layer, which is made up of first crop diversification, then the ecologic focus area and the permanent grassland or the ecologically sensitive permanent grassland. For the last one, the permanent grassland is considered on a national level, so member states cannot decrease their permanent grassland area by more than 5%. The former two are based on holding size and or per holding. So for instance, if you're holding, or if one's holding is larger than 15 hectares, 5% has to be dedicated to a so-called ecologic focus area, which can either be productive in form of protein crops, catch crops, or cover crops. And crop diversification has to be addressed if your holding is larger than 10 or 15 hectares, and then you have to cultivate 2 to 3 crops respectively. For the Pillar 2, we have several measures as well as priorities which are relevant here. So the priorities are the knowledge transfer and innovation of agricultural industries, restoring, preserving, and enhancing ecosystem, and resource-efficient, climate-resilient economy. Below you have some measures that are of specific relevance. And for the purpose of this presentation, I would like to focus on M10 agri-environmental climate measures, M11 organic farming, and M15 forest environmental climate measures. Having said this for the Common Agricultural Policy, I would like to now line out my adaptations and the main issues that I see, or that were resulted out of my research. And I would like to start out with the horizontal actions, but maybe to get another perspective on the intervention logic itself. I would like to first give you a glimpse of what level of environmental requirements are here in this intervention logic. So as I mentioned, the cross-compliance is the basic, the baseline. Then we have the greening framework, and the most superior level is the climate environmental measures in Pillar 2. We have a budget ring fence of 30% of the European Agricultural Fund for Rural Development for the climate measures, and a 30% budget ring fence of the European Agricultural Guarantee Fund in Pillar 1 for these greening, for the greening framework. So now let's move on to the intervention logic that I imagined. Here you can see it on the screen. What I propose for the future of the CAP. If you if you cannot grasp it right away, of course, I will go over it one by one in order to explain the merits behind the adaptations that I propose. And I would like to start with the enhanced cross-compliance. In this case, it was found that the GAC requirements, as they are quite broadly defined on an EU level, allow for national deviation. So, for instance, countries such as Spain and Poland have classified their management for GAC 5 to a slope criterion, upon which you have to apply, for instance, a management practice such as minimum tillage practices, but the slope criterion of 20% does not reflect the reality of the utilized agricultural area in these countries. Furthermore, it was found that the European Commission only possesses a qualitative compliance assessment, which is done ex ante as a SWOT analysis. So it does not entail a lot of concrete numerical indicators in order to assess the success of the policy as well afterwards. Out of this, I'm proposing two main adaptations. So the strengthening of legal wording of the GAC requirements, and the new proposal, or the proposal of 2018 by the European Commission, has improved the GAC 4 and 5 and replaced it with new GACs, which define, for instance, for the minimum soil cover, sensitive periods such as winter, where most soil erosion occurs, or oblige farmers to use minimum tillage practices in slope areas as well, which is addressing soil erosion and therefore the emittance of nitrous dioxide as a result of it. Where possible, I would like to see the quantitative compliance indicators to be introduced. One example of this would be, for instance, the organic farming coverage, where each member state would define how large the organic farming coverage is currently, what potential they see, and then from this on, you would define numerical indicators as to how much you would like to increase organic farming practices, which of course lower the greenhouse gas emissions by not using fertilizer or pesticides. For pillar, as for pillar 2, I've proposed several adaptations as well. So the main issues here were that the relevant priorities, namely priority 4 and 5 on restoring, preserving and enhancing ecosystems, as well as the resource efficient climate resilient economy, allowed for deviations because they focus both on climate mitigation and climate adaptations, which is to say that, for instance, water management and irrigation systems can be funded under these priorities and therefore are included in these budget ring fence, but arguably do not have any concrete impact on the greenhouse gas emissions. Furthermore, it was found that the budget is insufficient to meet the 2030 Green New Deal targets. And most critically maybe is that the highly pollutive sectors, such as high intensity meat and dairy farming, is not included in the pillar 1 projects. And they're not eligible because they do not have eligible hectares to declare, since they're rather considered factories instead of agricultural industry establishments. Furthermore, these projects, as I mentioned, have a time frame where they can be funded, so between 5 to 7 years. And these M10, M11, and M15 projects that I pointed out do facilitate a transition towards a more sustainable agricultural environment, but after 5 to 7 years, they lack the economic incentives in order to continue these practices. As a result, I propose the following adaptations. I propose the implementation of a climate mitigation only priority made up of the focus areas of the relevant P4 and P5, priority 4 and priority 5 focus areas, and adapt them in order to avoid deviations, for instance, for water management or other cooperation measures in the rural area. This climate mitigation priority is to be ring-fenced with a 40% budget, and another 12.8% ring-fence of this is supposed to be reserved for climate adaptation. All in all, after my budget calculation, this would earmark 58.8 billion euros in climate mitigation spending. Most importantly, maybe, is the inclusion of the highly pollutive sectors in the specific FA focus areas of the climate mitigation priority, because with, for instance, investment in biogas refinery or manure management and manure treatment facilities, this relevant emissions or high emissions from these sectors can be addressed in an economically sensitive way. Furthermore, I propose the establishment of a cross-pillar intervention logics for these projects, M10, M11, and M15, but more on this later in the intervention logic. For now, let's move on maybe to the greening framework.
Paul,
yes.
Paul, your time is actually up, so if you could start to wrap up.
Okay. So maybe just quick, we have the greening provisions. Some are ineffective and some are even harmful to the environment as they allow management practices. And furthermore, many holdings are exempt. Therefore, I propose the cancellation of the ecological focus area land lying fallow and the crop diversification, and to lower the aerial threshold from now being larger than 10 hectares to being larger than 5 hectares. Accordingly, the budget ring fence should be raised to 40% to increase the economic sensitivity behind this. Lastly, just a quick shout out, these eco schemes here do address the following environmental actions, which you can read on the screen, and perfectly could implement perfectly these kinds of measures, whereby Pillar 2 funds a transition, and later on upon completion, the eco schemes in Pillar 1 would pay for the maintenance as an annual budget or as an annual payment for the farmers, in order to have a long-term intervention logic motivating farmers to adapt. Here just 3 examples, which I would just skip very briefly. Maybe this is a biogas refinery. Here we can see agroforestry system on the right side. And yeah, since I don't have time, I would like to lead over now to questions and discussion And I'm looking forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Paul. As you can see, this was a very different paper because it's a lot more policy oriented. I also said to this other paper that I had to review that it doesn't surprise me that people don't do CAP because it's so complex. And so you've got to be sort of knowledgeable in more natural sciences and at the same time have an understanding of the policy making process, so that it's a lot more difficult for many of us to engage with this, which perhaps also explains that I haven't seen a blue hand yet coming up. Is there anyone who wants to raise?
I've been raising my blue hand.
Ooh, I can't see any blue hands. This is Gregor.
Yeah, so I don't have
go
an idea
ahead.
why that happens, but I will just go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. I see it now. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul, for that presentation. Indeed, I was really fascinated when already reading it beforehand, because I wrote my bachelor thesis on the early CAP negotiations in the 50s. So a bit time ago, many things happened, but it's still a big part of the budget. I would now be interested, as your paper is mainly oriented also to future proposals, to the connections with the Green Deal, which you have already mentioned in the beginning of your presentation. The EU budget and the Green Deal has always this kind of calculation: either some kind of funding line contributes 100%, 40%, or 0% towards reaching the climate goals. And I would just like to ask you whether you consider this kind of current proposals being discussed, in contrast to what you are proposing, as sufficient fulfilling this kind of also goals when it comes to a certain share of funds attributed to climate action within the CAP. I hope my question was not too confusing. Otherwise, just let me know, and I will try to help out.
So I kind of anticipated this question, which is why I prepared this slide and just hit it, where you can see maybe some some considerations, which is now under discussions. So first of all, the areas of natural constraints, which I had no time to explain right now, are considered to be 100%, for instance, climate relative, which I really disagree, because the definitions of these areas also support the maintenance of coastlines and touristic potential, and arguably, based on the scientific studies, they didn't always address climate mitigation or adaptation measures, but also biodiversity measures. So of course, this is a great trade-off. For the current discussions, maybe you can see here on the screen that, for instance, these gags that I mentioned have been significantly weakened. So, for instance, the protection of wetland and padlands, which is a great improvement, which I see from the first proposal, has been significantly weakened. And these areas, of course, are great carbon sequestration patches of land. And also the budget ring fences have been weakened. So the council has proposed, for instance, a 20% ring fence for environmental measures in the first pillar, whereas the European Parliament has proposed a 30% ring fence, which is not at all in line with the Green New Deal targets and the 30% reduction clause derived from the ETS directive. I hope I could quickly answer the question.
Yeah, thank you. The insights are very helpful.
Thank you. Magdalena.
Thanks a lot. Thank you, Paul, for your very interesting presentation. You really seem very knowledgeable of your topic. That's very fascinating to see. Because I am not, so to put that ahead. I'm wondering, having observed the current CAP reform proposals and discussions, which from environmentalists, green parties, progressive parties have been criticized harshly. I'm wondering if you also account in your research for the political circumstances and public for your suggestions. So is that an ideal type proposal, or are you also accounting for the circumstances that need to be met in order for this to be realistic?
Well, in my expert interview, the Directorate of Agriculture and Rural Development pointed out that member states and of course the European Parliament as well are keen on the subsidiarity of these of the policy, which is to say more local adaptations and in this policy, which of course would water down the effect across the European Union. So if you would have different standards in, let's say, Brandenburg, which is my area, and let's go over to Poland, they have different cross-compliance conditionalities, and also the appliance of other factors do negatively affect, in my way, this kind of potential for climate mitigation and carbon sequestration in the industry. So I would generally argue, of course, with limitations in order to streamline the environmental policies across Europe and consider maybe the specifics of, for instance, mountainous areas, sandy soil, etc., in very local circumstances, and set straight boundaries as to how and when they can be applied.
Atali, I see you, but just one question following up from Magdalena. You did an interview with the Deutsche Bauernverband.
Yes.
How do they see your proposals? I mean, you would have thought that some of these proposals run against the interests of those, the representation of big farming in particular.
Yeah, exactly. So of course they made me aware of the big trade-offs of these environmental policies. So the more area you have to dedicate to, for instance, ecologic focus area, the less you can get out of the land you're farming. But in the end, it's a question of how high the subsidies are per hectare. So if it makes economic sense to set aside certain areas and to make it unbureaucratic. So the Deutsche Bauernverband, for instance, is keen on a flat rate payment, which is to say, if you comply, you get this per hectare, and you don't have to prove the specificalities of each and every appliance, which is what they're keen on. But I was also surprised that they have some initiatives, such as the Franz initiatives here in Germany, where they cooperate with certain holdings in order to showcase on a big and small scale how the future of farming can be conducted in both an economic and ecologic sensitive way.
All right, thank you. Attila.
Hi, Paul, thank you for your interesting presentation. I really liked also the point that you say that it should be considered in what type of regions and what landscape specificities should be considered when taking into account eco-schemes. I think eco-schemes in the common agricultural policy are a great opportunity for greening agricultural rural landscapes all around Europe. And there should be specific tools, one of which is, for instance, the direct payments for greening or for biobelts. I have seen one picture which shows a biobelt in the agricultural landscape. However, to my experience and knowledge, farmers are often not interested enough to implement such solutions in the eco-schemes. Would you have a suggestion how to push them through a bit better and a bit more effective, these eco-schemes? Although they are in the common agricultural policy, but still I don't see the implementation endpoint in the landscape so much.
Yeah, in this case, there are maybe three views on this. So first, it would be the normative one, the legislative one, in order to make it less attractive and more for farmers to cultivate high intensively and make it more attractive, both economically and bureaucratically, to implement these eco schemes by for instance, facilitating the payout. And last but not least, one aspect that I couldn't mention is the young farmers payment, which is, well, kind of tied to the assumption that young farmers are more aware of climate change and the problems arising from climate change for their holdings, and are therefore more keen on implementing these solutions. So I also argued for the bolstering of the young farmers payment, and also connected to relevant measures. So maybe from these three perspectives, generally speaking, you could make it more attractive to farmers and to young farmers, especially, to implement and change their production means.
Yeah, thank you. And if I may, a small follow-up question. Do you see any opportunity with the European Green Deal that part of the payments for the restart of Europe could go into enhancing the payments, for instance, into ecological adaptation measures in the landscape, in the agricultural landscape, for instance, in the form of eco schemes or biobelts and so on?
Yeah, well, this is maybe a little bit further going. The WTO has agreed back in 1990 something, I think, I'm not quite sure on the year right now, the agreement on agriculture, which defines subsidies into green box, yellow box, and red box. And if you, so to speak, overpay extensively, quote unquote, you would be struck down by the litigation procedure of the WTO. So you have to keep this in mind. You can, for the Pillar 2 payments, you can only cover the cost incurred or income foregone, whereas in Pillar 1, you could you have different options. So you could pay this based on income foregone as well, or you can offer a flat rate. And if, depending on how you calculate this flat rate, and this is now the task of, well, national or regional governments, you may have an economic incentives that you can defend in front of the WTO.
Okay, thank you.
We are getting into, if I may raise one last issue. We are getting now with this answer and this question, getting into this issue, and that is that the panel was Europe as a global actor. And I was wondering about the global implications of the changes that you propose, and I'm thinking in terms of, on the one hand, could this be sort of a model, or could this be something that other states would follow? And on the other hand, I'm wondering what the implications are in terms of disadvantaging European farmers. I mean, this is very often an argument being made that unless these rules and regulations are also applied on the global level, that this would, create difficulties.
Yeah, in this sense, maybe just to give an example, the EU and the Mercosur countries have agreed on an agreement in principle regarding the free trade agreement, which is also focused majorly on agricultural products. And now if the EU is to integrate environmental provisions into these trade agreements with international partners, which they do, but only in the case of soft law, meaning that there is no litigation procedure, just as in the case of the WTO, they would kind of, well, pursue, so to speak, and emulate the Brussels effect. The Brussels effect generally refers to using the market power of the European Common Market in order to set rules globally, which would also affect third countries. So in the terms of the Mercosur agreement, you could very much persuade these countries to apply these measures or apply management practices of these kinds as well, if they do not want to, for instance, be taxed on the European border. When it comes to disadvantage of European farmers in the global sense, of course, we have different salary structures here in Europe and living costs than in other areas. So some products, of course, cannot be profitably exported from the agriculture industry to other countries, whereas others, such as milk, meat, etc., are already very profitable and are profiting from exactly these kinds of subsidies. So I'm thinking about the basic payment. here, which does not have any ecological indicators whatsoever. And so the argument is well two-sided in some ways. You can say, yes, they are disadvantaged in some markets, and others, they profit very much from these subsidies and can therefore offer the products worldwide on a very low price.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I think we all learned a lot, and good luck with your proposals. Imagine we will see you at some point as the big CAP specialist appearing. So good luck with your work. That sounds very interesting and important.
Thank you again for the IDM, for letting me present. And with this, I would like to just mute myself and we can move on to the next topic.
Thank you, Magdalena.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Urban, for your presentation. And would like to come back to your initial question, whether COVID-19 strengthens separatism within the EU. And I would like to make a counter argument and see what you say to that. So I'm actually, we have observed discussions about administration and federal administration specifically in terms of COVID-19 governance, for example, in Belgium, but also in Germany, we have seen this discussion moving between, let's get rid of that, it's a barrier to governance. And then again, actually, it helps quite well to move on the local level and to have regional specific approaches. So it's not, I think there's not a clear answer to that. But what I have also observed, especially, for example, in Belgium and also in Italy, that there might be a more, actually that COVID-19 might provide an argument against separatism and for more centralism, that a central government, one strategy, speak in one voice is more needed now, and the downsides of separatist and federalist setups are seen more.
Absolutely, and perhaps can I just jump on this and say that could you also perhaps elaborate a little bit more about where your suspicion comes from that COVID-19 would spark more fragmentation? Because if I understood this correctly, this is based on the death rates per 100,000. But of course, firstly, that is not the whole sample. So in order to establish a correlation, you would have to have the entire sample of member states. And even if there was a correlation, we still don't know whether it's a spurious correlation, because every correlation only makes causal sense if there's a kind of assumed causal mechanism. And what Magdalena was just saying would actually speak against a clear-cut causal mechanism there. And of course, the countries that you looked at as examples, you could find alternative explanations that have nothing to do with separatism for these countries. And in fact, separatism would probably be a little bit further down the list, shall we say carefully, as a possible explanation for the death rates.
Yeah, these are all very valid arguments and valid doubts, and I think it depends a lot on and perception of the actions that the central government took in fighting the epidemic. But the death rate shows that these governments in these pre-existing political polarization performed relatively badly when compared to other countries. Now, of course, there's a question here: did they perform badly because, the inverse question, did they perform badly because there is political polarization in the presence of separatist movements? I think there is less evidence for that. But I do think in countries which are politically polarized, the more centralization will induce more doubt and more opposition towards the intervention coming from the central government, especially as insufficient. And I didn't have the time to discuss, for instance, the case of Bosnia and Herzegovina, but there's quite interesting because, well, even before the central government was quite limited in what it was able to do. And for instance, the government of Republika Srpska had in many ways better instruments, better institutions, better ways of addressing the needs of the people. And what the academic has done, for instance, there is that it has further entrenched these local institutions, further weakened the national institutions, and it has further widened the gap between the two. And of course, your doubts are completely understandable and well taken. And I definitely need to bring more evidence to the table to prove the correlation. That is definitely true. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you look at, for instance, Spain, which was one of the countries up there, my recollection is that a lot of the deaths were actually in Madrid. So I mean, so it's very difficult to think of, you know, how separatism has anything to do with that. And likewise, even in Italy, where you had a very uneven distribution in the beginning, and therefore you had uneven measures. But in that case, you could even say that the unevenness of the measures was appropriate and was made possible before they put the whole of Italy in the lockdown. But anyway, I shouldn't. So I think you haven't convinced me yet on that issue, Migali.
Yes. So it's rather not a question, but a comment. I would rather think that the EU, Europe, comparatively to other world powers or regional powers, was much more successful in COVID-19, I believe. And recently, of course, we know that the Western countries has already found some vaccines. Yes, maybe some other countries such as China, Russia found vaccines as well, but the vaccines of the Europe, of the USA, and Great Britain is regarded as much more powerful and better by the experts that I'm telling, which I read. I would rather talk what can we do about against the conspiracy theorists who don't believe that vaccination would help in terms of COVID. Also, besides helping, it can change our how to say DNA and so on. There are a lot of people against it. Even in developed countries, people believe in this. And recently, I'm in Berlin, and I saw mass protests in Berlin against the quarantine. Probably when vaccinations begins, there will be protests against vaccinations as well.
I'm not sure we can solve this problem in this panel, and I think it's only tentatively related to the question of fragmentation in the sense that Urban was using it. Anneliese has also raised, has sent me a message that she would like to raise her hand. Anneliese, can you perhaps also then jump in here?
Thank you. So you talked about COVID-19 that led to further fragmentation within Europe. And I also observed that COVID-19, not just within Europe, but within each society led to further polarization. So you got this very extreme people on one hand who have these conspiracy theorists and come up with quite absurd theories about COVID-19. And on the other hand, it tends to also get more extreme with people who are actually physically attacking people when they see that someone is not wearing a mask, which is of course also undermining the whole reason why one should wear a mask. How do you see the role of the media and in a state, in a society, not just within the European community, but the polarization within a society that happened in the cause of COVID-19 and why it's getting to such extremes where there's no dialogue in between?
Okay, Urban, we want to hear your general assessment of the COVID-19 situation.
Okay, yeah. Here are my solutions. No, I'll try to join the two questions because I think they have quite a bit of in common. So basically, one of the problems with predictive analysis, such as mine, is that it's a very thankless task because it's trying to, catch a running animal. It's trying to look at the ongoing process. And as Mirali pointed out, I mean, if these vaccines that were developed in the EU or with the cooperation of EU stakeholders, this might change the picture retrospectively, how we see the European Union and the European governments have dealt with the crisis. Now, yes, I very much agree with you, Anneliese. COVID did lead to further polarization and to the general increase of social tensions, I would say. And what role did the media play in this? And also, Mirali was asking what we can do to tackle basically this disinformation and to tackle the conspiracy theories. And now, in the past, often the EU answer has been more engagement, better communication strategy. And I wonder if this alone can actually be the answer. Of course, the science has to be better at not only coming up with solutions, but disseminating them to the general public, making them understandable. But then I think also information literacy has to play its role. I think we haven't done quite enough in this respect. Governments haven't done quite enough, and even the civil society, I think there's still a lack of not only awareness, but actors spreading information literacy, working on that. And I think the answer lies in strengthening both sides, if you will, of the equation.
All right, thank you very much. I would like to thank everyone in these two sub-panels for their great presentations, for the discipline, for the very constructive engagement with all papers. In a panel with such diverse papers, there's always a certain risk because you never know whether people have questions. So I was prepared to raise questions on each paper, and I actually had difficulties getting my questions into the debate. So that's a very, very good sign. And I think the advantage of having such diverse papers is always that you go away and you have learned a lot, rather than remaining in your own bubble and seeing your own arguments confirmed and using the same old concepts that you always use. I think this morning challenged us in many ways in expanding our horizons. And of course, you could say that that's perhaps also the answer to the COVID crisis: expand our horizons. Anyway, thank you very much. Thank you that I could be part of this. I will join you later, but I will have to leave at about 3:45. So my apologies already that I will not be able to join you for your after workshop internal conversation. And I think that's it for me. Over to you, Sebastian.
Thomas, thank you so much for chairing this panel. It was a great pleasure, as always, to cooperate with you. We're looking forward to have you with us also in the fourth and last panel. And maybe as the situation currently unfolds, maybe we are even finishing a little bit earlier. So we still might have time to include you in our after conference discussion. Nevertheless, we fully understand that you will have to leave, and we appreciate the time that you took for this. Just a quick hint, if you haven't found it yet, because we just recently did a podcast episode together, actually 2 podcast episodes on European myths, and you can find it on the IDM website and also on Acast and your podcast app. But for now, I would say we go into our lunch break, and we are so perfectly on time that we simply stick to the program and reconvene here at 2 o'clock once again. Remember, everything will be hearable nevertheless during the lunch break, as we are staying on our live stream on YouTube. Thank you very much, Thomas. Thank you very much to all the panelists. It was very interesting, and see you at 2 o'clock. So the lunch break is almost over. Just a quick hint again that we are still live on YouTube, and we are waiting for all our panelists and guests to come back. And I would like to say a warm welcome to Bettina Rausch, who is the president of the Politische Akademie. The Politische Akademie is not only a cooperation partner of the Young Scholars Forum, but also a cooperation partner of IDM in many other endeavors. We are very sad that we can't be at the Springerschlössl, which would have been a different environment for the exchange. But nevertheless, there is always another year, and we hope that we can do that physically in 2 years, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. All I have to say is thank you very much for you joining us, chairing the last panel, and also, of course, thank you for being a cooperation partner of the Young Scholars Forum. As I see it at the moment, because we have had the last-minute cancellation of Brankica Todorovic, who will not be able to present. And I also do not know if Stefan Raschkowski will show up. He has registered, but I haven't seen him yet, which means that possibly we only have 2 presentations. In any case, if Stefan is able to join us, and if it's fine for each and everyone, I would suggest that we nevertheless would skip the coffee break and have the 3 presentations, and then have a final wrap-up of the Young Scholars Forum. Daniel Martinik is going to join us for the final remarks, and then, as we discussed in the morning, that we will go offline from the live stream and have the possibility to exchange amongst all the participants in the end, to sort out any remaining open questions and also talk about the publication and how we use the other materials that we have produced during that forum. That brings us almost to 2 o'clock. So I'm happy to see that most of you are back. And without further ado, I hand over to Bettina Rausch. Bettina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Sebastian Schäfer, for your introduction. Hello, everybody. Have a nice afternoon. I hope you had a wonderful lunch break, a good meal, and you're all set for on our lecture. As Sebastian said, we are partners. We are partnering quite often, the EDM and the Political Academy, and I'm very happy about that fruitful cooperation. We do appreciate our working together on subjects that are of common interest and that we all are interested in working on together. And I will be very happy to welcome you again on our premises, Springerschlössl, as soon as this is possible again. Before we start our first lecture, let me maybe just explain who we are and why we, and I in person, why we are so happy to host this panel. The Political Academy is the educational, the training center of the Austrian People's Party, by law actually, and we are also a leading political think tank in Austria. On the one hand, we focus very much on values, on the common values of our party and our movement and our party family. But on the other hand, we also try to enable a lot of discussions in order to shape our future with new people who are interested in getting involved with politics as such. One of our main topics, as far as international affairs are concerned, are the Western Balkans, because we strongly believe, as do many Austrian politicians and officials, that the European Union will not be complete and cannot be complete without these countries that we are so close to geographically, historically, economically, politically, and also as people, as human beings, as individuals who have close connections in their own family history, but also in the present with people from the Western Balkans. And what I find so important is gaining a better understanding of the region in Austria and all over Europe, because many problems we face now in the accession process, in my opinion, also they root in misunderstandings and in a lack of communication and a lack of maybe interest, a lack of diving deep into these countries' history and also in what people believe, what their hopes and what their sorrows are. And I think the better we know each other and the better we can exchange on common topics and challenges, the better we can shape our common future. So as I know, many of you have worked on similar topics related to this field. So I'm very happy, and it's my honor to moderate and host this panel and guide you through this afternoon. This panel now is explicitly on the question of an alternative to the European Union. Well, to make it short, to my mind, the European Union as such is unquestionable. At least our task is to work in that direction. But on the other hand, we know that we can also work together in shaping the EU's future. And I'm very happy if we can find common ground here. Therefore, I'm extremely curious about your findings and about the common ground we can have for our work in the future. So let's go ahead. And the first lecture this afternoon will be from Mátyás, as I have on my sheets, on my papers. And yeah, I beg your pardon if I'm misspelling any of the names. I'm not familiar with all the languages, even if they were spoken in my family, because just to give you a brief insight in my personal history, my great-grandmother was Hungarian, but actually she talked to me when I couldn't talk. I was 1 or 2 years when she died, And my grandmother, she grew up in Serbia, but had a German-speaking father and a Hungarian-speaking mother. So I should know most of the languages, but I was too small to really learn them. So please correct me if necessary. Mátyás is from Hungary. He's doctoral candidate, as I read, provided with a Marie Skłodowska-Curie Research Fellowship for the Corvinius University of Budapest and the University of Tartu in Estonia. And he has obtained his master's degree in public administration at the Shanghai, and now it gets complicated, Jiaotong University and the University of Southern California. He earned his bachelor degree in international relations at the Corvinius University of Budapest and University College London. His paper titles as follows: Lessons from the Backlash, Step Towards a More Equitable European Union. And it examines the roots of the manifold crises within the European Union and makes proposals for a better handling of these crises. So please welcome Mátyás. The floor is yours, and we are very curious about your findings.
Thank you so much, and especially thank you for your lovely introduction. I don't even have anything more to say about myself. Let me share my screen really quickly. Can you see it now? Okay. Let me put it into the slideshow mode and start. So it was exactly correct that the title is Lessons from the Backlash. And what I would like to emphasize here is that what I'm presenting is a policy working paper. So I will not be focusing on making very precise academic points and arguments. I will be more focused on trying to drawing lessons from what I've learned during my project and during my studies, and putting forward policy recommendations for a more equitable European public sphere and for a better media policy in Europe. What I would like to emphasize from my career here, that you have introduced very well and in a very detailed manner, is that I'm currently a Marie Skłodowska-Curie Fellow, and I am researching populism, especially here in Hungary. My project is about civil society media and mass media in Hungary and how it developed during the 2010s under the Orbán regime. So when I'm making claims, I am focusing on Hungary. My knowledge comes from there. I am obviously cognizant of the European scene and the scholarship as well. So as you have mentioned, my point of departure is the same as yours, that the European Union is indispensable. But that is not to say that there are no alternatives. I am very aware of those ideas as well, but I'm not sharing them. But my point is that it can work better. And of course, there would be a lot of things to improve in the European Union economically, politically. Those are all very tough questions. But where I see a good point of entry is media policy. So my argument throughout this whole presentation will be that the European Union and each of its member states needs a network of cooperating media system policy reform advocacy coalitions, which is a mouthful. So basically a network who pushes this policy reform to create more structural pluralism in the media, more transparency and more accountability in the media and the public sphere. So how I'm going to make these points is that first I will try to be brief about my premises, why I'm saying this, then outline the main principles on which this media policy should be founded. And then I will talk about the stakeholders. So who are the ones who can push such a media policy, who could be interested and who should be interested. And then I will outline the main strategies which they can use to actually achieve these principles and values in the European public sphere. And then lastly, I will draw very brief conclusions. So about the premises, The subject is what we have right here, that the EU delivers, but it can work better through a better media system. And the theory I'm relying on, and this is very academic, it's called relationalism, which states that everything that is real, everything that humanity has got is basically constituted through human individuals' interpersonal interaction networks. Put it more easily, everything that we agree on is reality. So this is my philosophical point of view. And I will be using the concepts of media systems, which have been developed in the 2000s by Italian scholars, interestingly, and then of course democracy, and not just the Schumpeterian procedural democracy, but the pluralist democracy model, which also states that well-informed citizens are indispensable for real democracy to be in place. And then I will be focusing on the actors who are promoting certain discourses and who are promoting behaviors. And then I will talk briefly about a few cases, mostly the crises of the European Union during the 2000s. And what I found to be an underlying reason for these crises, global populisms, and even more so, the global info-communicational revolution. And I will be using data from scholarship that I have been reading throughout my project, and of course my own research projects data that I have collected here in Hungary. So talking about the cases, when we are talking about the European Union's crises in the 2010s, we mostly talk about the Eurozone crises, Brexit, and of course, the refugee or migration crisis. What I found to be a common point in them is that we label them as crises, first and foremost. They are all European events, but we specifically say that they are crises. Well, I agree that these questions touch upon and actually affect a lot of people in the European Union. They're not necessarily crises, but they are proclaimed to be crises by politicians, and even more importantly, by the media itself. So we cannot disregard the role of the media. And what happened in the media in the 2010s is that the info-communicational revolution with the internet, social media, and even media content creation, if you think about how many times you have shared the selfies in the 2010s and before. So this has gone through a fundamental change. So the lesson that I'm proposing here is that the info-communicational revolution needs democratic governance, it needs state intervention, and that intervention can come from the European Union itself too. And briefly, let me talk about Hungary's media capture here too, because that is also a very 2010s event. I am citing here external sources as well, but let me focus a little bit on my studies as well. So I am working on Hungarian civil society media outlets and mass media outlets and their editorial rooms, the composition, the individual composition of those editorial boards, and their practices. And I'm finding that a lot of people know and have worked together. These graphs are about the individual editors-in-chiefs who have worked together for at least 1 year at the same media outlet. And this is just preliminary data, but if I were to animate this graph, it would show how the pro-government media have really come together and strengthened its network, while the opposition media network have really come apart and marginalized. So this is just my background, and let me talk about my proposals in here and the foundational principles that I have found to be very, very important in a well-functioning and democratic media system. So structural pluralism, transparency, and accountability are the very cornerstones of my ideas that I'm trying to put forward here. Structural pluralism means that there should be no ownership concentration and very strictly regulated cross-ownership of different media types and conflict of interest laws in place to make sure that no one actor can dominate the media. And then transparency is also very important for journalists to identify their sources as much as possible, of course, and also for media owners and different businesses to make it clear how much they are tied to several media outlets. And then targeted regulations for especially highly influential media sources would be very preferable. And lastly, accountability also means that the system needs to have incentives and disincentives that support these two other principles. So put it very, very bluntly, structural pluralism means that at the bare minimum, the largest producers of the most widely accessed information and their networks should not dominate a certain segment of the media market. Transparency means that I would just pose a question here that I find intriguing, that if breakfast cereals come with detailed information about their ingredients, how can we know so little about how our news were made? And then regarding accountability, I'm also posing the question that since there are term limits very often for elected officials, why aren't there term limits for those who are involved in media and can influence our public discourses very, very efficiently? So let me talk a little bit about the stakeholders who could participate in making these principles more prevalent in our media systems. I have identified 6 main groups of stakeholders, and I wouldn't like to talk about them in a very detailed manner since they are very easy to grasp, really. Obviously, media professionals have to take a role in here, journalists and editorial staff. Business professionals, not only media managers, but also non-media business decision makers, investors have to weigh their decisions when they are making business decisions. Regulators obviously are an important actors in this relationship. So members of public administrations, watchdogs, media lawyers, etc. It is obviously a political question. There is no doubt about that. So politicians and legislators, executives of national, local, and European governments need to be involved. NGOs and academia are obviously important players here. And then lastly, basically everybody, all our citizens who participate in the media as consumers or in the political system as voters and volunteers, etc. So what are the main strategies that could be used to implement a better European media system? I have identified 2 main avenues to make these principles reality in Europe. The first one is reconstituting pluralism. That is about reestablishing pluralism where it has already been hurt. So for example, in Hungary, where the media system is already concentrated, centralized and one-sided, this is the strategy to follow. This strategy pertains to the member states, really. So creating alliances among consumers, civil society, and mainly opposition political actors is a must. And on the other hand, there's the safeguarding pluralism strategy, which is geared more towards the European level. I see this one as the more technical and the latter one as the more political element of achieving a better media system. So safeguarding pluralism is about strengthening the application of the principles by strengthening the institutions on a European level. And these 2 are actually interconnected. The first one, reconstituting pluralism, makes sure that there are no rogue players who can then go to Brussels and basically distract the policy process, while the safeguarding pluralism part makes sure that European institutions actually also monitor and sometimes intervene in media systems of the member states. Let me break this down into a matrix that I am proposing here regarding all the actors and all the principles. It's a very long list. I don't want to go through this. I just want to make one point that regarding the reconstitution of pluralism, there are players that are more important than the others. So media professionals, opposition politicians, and NGOs need to be more involved in the member state level. And then the safeguarding pluralism part, there are also members and actors who are more important than the others, but I see the European level as more led by the European Commission as with regards to polity, and also business who can find opportunities in a European media market, so Europeanizing the market basically. So let me draw very briefly conclusions from this. I was very happy to see that there were actually a lot of progress on the European Democracy Action Plan and also a European Audiovisual and Media Action Plan too. Vice President Vera Jourova said this, and the Commission just yesterday adopted this action plan, which can be summarized with this quote that she said, that essentially the era of the gentleman's agreements and self-policing alone is coming to an end in Europe. And this is the basic idea which I'm trying to push forward here, but I'm also trying to add that there are more actors and more interest that needs to be also promoting this idea and pinch in realizing it. So I gave a very fancy title to this last slide, towards a European media constitution, but basically this is a renewed media policy, what I'm proposing and what also the European Commission has to a certain extent in its mind, that journalistic self-governance and norms need to become European rules and need to contribute to a reimagined public sphere. And I'm going very far in here, saying that there could be proposals which also state that different legal status for the media could be established, which is neither public nor private, or maybe it could be regarded as critical infrastructure. This is just an idea that I'm putting out there. But basically, the most important thing that I see in this is that there needs to be a European advocacy coalition network for strengthening a democratic media system. This would also be an important step towards fighting fake news and disinformation. A better media system can handle this problem as well, and establish more trust in the citizens towards media. And this would also make strategic communication a possibility for the European Union. The European Union would finally have a single voice, at least in terms of the media, so that this would be an independent channel of communication for EU institutions too. This was a very big idea in here that I'm putting forward, and I need to emphasize that this is a work in progress. Thank you so much for bearing with me, and I look very, very much forward to your proposals and your ideas how to improve this and make this perhaps a reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this interesting lecture, and I call it like a dense lecture, because there was a lot of content and you managed to guide us through your thoughts and your findings really well. So thank you very much. And now I have to look at the list because there are two participants who raised their hands. And I saw Mr. Fila. So will you please go ahead and just ask your first question or give your comment, please?
Of course. Thank you, and thank you, Máté, for your presentation. So I have to point out the elephant in the room here. How do we deal with national governments that are going to reject these attempts to introduce more pluralism? Can this EU-level advocacy trump it?
Yeah, thank you. And that is obviously the elephant in the room, as you said. Well, I think that there are national governments who are more willing to join such a policy agenda. And there are obviously governments who are less induced to do so. I think I just can say that it is very important to think in coalitions. So when I'm saying that business and NGOs should be working together, I really mean that this could be a very concerted effort in lobbying those governments who are not willing to join these efforts. But I obviously have no agenda in mind as to how to do that. But this is a possibility that I think can be achieved by NGOs, academia, and businesses working together who see opportunities in a more European media market. So that's all I have. Perhaps a better business opportunity that could incentivize national governments to at least adopt or consent to such policies being implemented. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I saw the hand of Gregor Christiansmeyer, who also raised his hand, so you can please.
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you a lot for the presentation and also for the proposals. When you aim at a Europeanized media market, I'm rather curious, how do you imagine dealing with different ways of subsidizing media in Europe? Because there's quite different strategies to do so. Sometimes via government advertisement, which is a rather critical way because it has a high influence on the likeliness to get advertisements, or other times also by some kind of consumer number-led subsidize, and other countries don't have such a system of feeding up the media sector at all. So do you also rethink this part of the question?
For this question, so just please go ahead with your answer.
Thank you. That is indeed a very important element of such a strategy. Regarding subsidies, I know that there are different lines of thoughts in European countries. I think it is actually Austria who gives direct subsidies to local outlets. This is not the case in Hungary, for example. So it is very important to see that there are market mechanisms. And as you mentioned, the advertising sector is an important part of this, by which you can subsidize and influence media content. The one research that I actually focused in my presentation is actually available online, and it's a gorgeous data visualization effort from an NGO. I'm not sure if you can see my screen right now. Can you?
No, I can't.
Not yet.
Just a second, I'm getting lost in my own computer. Yeah, so this is the website, if you can see it. And they show how the Hungarian government has actually managed to dominate the media system via these government advertisements. I'm waiting for the image to load. But how to manage this on a European level? I think, first of all, oh yeah, this is the one. Can you see it? So state advertising expenditures. And this is from 2010, and this is from 2018. And the black one shows advertising revenue going to opposition connected media outlets or independent media outlets. And the red one shows how connected state advertisements are to pro-government media outlets. And you can see that not only the sum of state media regarding how to subsidize media, because I think it's a legitimate goal, but there should be a Europeanized regulation of this. And I would also say that NGOs should play a part in monitoring and implementing those subsidies. So basically, once again, a common European approach to media subsidies. And I know that this steps on a lot of toes, but this is how it should be done so that the whole continent has one regulatory framework. I'm not sure if this has actually answered your question.
It has, thank you.
Thank you.
That was especially the kind of thoughts that I was looking to.
Yeah, so thank you very much again. And I might also raise my virtual hand and add a question, because in your first answer, you said that you have the idea that institutions could also lobby, or NGOs could lobby for this idea of a common European media policy and network. You talked about transparency in your presentation, in your work, and this is something that I'm interested in, how we can guarantee transparency, because it's a big goal, and actually maybe we mean different things by saying transparency. And what I find interesting, what I'm curious about, is how can we really realize transparency, at least the transparency you mean? How can information be really transparent to people, meaning that they really do understand the information they get, not only the news content, but when you offer them information how the news content is made, you also have to be able to understand this information that is provided to you. So is this a task of the media itself? Should they explain on how they make news and under what regulations? Or do you see it more as a task for the educational system? Or do you think that institutions like the European Union should set up a set of rules? And then my very concrete question, as I represent Political Academy and the IDM is here as a host of this event, what role can organizations as ours, like think tanks or training centers in the political context, play as far as guaranteeing or establishing some kind of transparency? What can we play? So who do you see in charge, and what can we do? Would be the short question.
Thank you. I think what you are saying is that who should be in charge, but my answer is that nobody has to be in charge in terms of implementing these policies. Everybody can do their own part. And what I see, especially on the NGO side, is that their job in implementing transparency is actually organization and coordination. So if we have these ideas and we know who should be taking part in such a policy reform, then we can reach out to them and ask for their contribution. So if we have multiple stakeholders, then we can start perhaps a project that is actually making sure that our information are more transparent. I am thinking of very concrete examples even, that perhaps doing research on how people interpret certain sources of information, how people trust, how much people trust different sources of information, and then drawing our conclusions and then trying to implement them together. When you said that, is this the task of the media itself or the European Commission? Everybody can do this, and everybody can reach out to the other participant. I think media should be more transparent, and this is my experience from researching Hungarian media, in terms of naming who is actually taking part in the journalistic process. I'm not necessarily talking about the sources of information, but about journalists themselves. sometimes it's very difficult to actually identify who wrote this article. It's not because there are only monograms and this is a touchy issue and we shouldn't identify the journalist because he or she may be in danger. But it's sometimes very difficult to even identify who the editor-in-chief is in certain periods of time. I'm not sure about different European examples, but I would be very interested to know that, like, do European people in general know who the editor-in-chiefs of the largest media outlets in their own countries are? Because I would actually guess that not a lot of people in Hungary know who is the editor-in-chief of the public media's news show and questions like that. So we have a lot of opportunities with technology, I think. Media outlets can just advertise this and put this on the top of their page and make it more personal. Social media is a miracle in the sense that we can actually identify a lot of people who are working, and I think that would already contribute a lot to transparency and to boosting trust in the media process even. And with regards to governments, both the European Commission and national governments, I think better education is very necessary, and that's where NGOs can help too. So media literacy is a keyword in here, coming up with programs for not only kids in education and students, but also seniors who are new to social media, new to internet, how to understand, how to make sense of different sources of information. These are very real possibilities that can be coordinated, once again, also by NGOs or business entities.
Thank you very much. It gives us something to do. Not only listening, but also making use of the information we get from you and trying to empower people to be active citizens in your sense. Thank you very much. I do not see any more hands. So in that case, thanks again, Mr. Mátyás, for your lecture and for the interesting insights in your work. We wish you good luck with all your studies and your work. And we're happy if you still join us for the rest of the lecture.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Our next presentation is brought to us by Filip Fila. He's from Bjelovar in Croatia, research assistant at the Institute for Social Research in Zagreb, and he holds a master's degree in economy, state and society from the University College London and the Charles University Prague, getting confused with all the languages. He also obtained a master and bachelor degree from the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences at the University of Zagreb. His presentation is entitled The Visegrad Group, a United Front Against the Common European Narrative. His paper examines whether or not the Visegrad Group represents a united front against the European Union and the West or not. He also politically contextualizes the positions of the countries towards the European Union as such. And I'm very curious about your findings. Mr. Fila, the floor is yours.
I was muted. Thank you for the perfect introduction. So I'm going to share my presentation first. Share full screen. Is this all right now? Excellent. So first of all, I want to thank you for inviting me to this forum. I am indeed a young scholar, so I've been working on this IDU project listed here for just a few months really, and I'm only now enrolling in my PhD studies, so my experience here is really valuable to me. Now we deal with the European Union in the project in a broader sense, but for this forum I prepared the topic of the Visegrad Group And I took a problem-based approach. So I made a question, is the Visegrad Group a united front against a common European narrative? Which means that by the end of the presentation, I'm supposed to give you a yes or no answer and explain how I came to it. So in the beginning, I would like to state that my position here will be mostly challenging the notion of the united front, and that I'm going to be trying to add predominantly empirical insights on the problem. Now, I take this position of challenging because I think factually this notion of the united front is really troublesome. And I also, one other reason is because reading various literature on the region. Now, we as academics often write about Central and Eastern Europe, and what I noticed is that we sometimes only look at the cases of Hungary and Poland, and we make generalizations for the whole region, which isn't quite correct, and it lacks nuance. So this presentation is supposed to address this problem. First of all, I need to explain who says that we have a united front in the Visegrad Group. So I'm just going to use a few quotes by Viktor Orban from the 30th anniversary of the Velvet Revolution in 2019. So there he said that Central Europeans have their own language. And when he says Central Europeans, he means the Visegrad Four. This is not Austria and Germany. He said that this language gives us an independent and distinct voice in the large family of European nations. And Central Europe is a political, economic, and cultural reality. And most importantly, this ambitious claim that Central Europe, with its political practices and values, is the future of Europe, or a model for Europe's future. Now, on the other hand, I found this interesting interview with Aleš Melaš, who's the Czech Deputy Minister for Europe. It's a very recent interview, and there he said that he thinks that Central and Western Europe actually share the same values and ideas, but that we sometimes see a certain disagreement of the population with what the EU does. And he says that the Visegrad Four countries are actually 4 different countries that meet very often, but are themselves different. And this is the most interesting quote. He says that the issues that Brussels has or has had with Visegrad are in fact with Poland and Hungary, but they put us all in the same basket. So in these 2 slides, we see some very explicit claims by political representatives of 2 Visegrad countries that challenge the notion of the united front. Now, the next most easiest steps of challenging the notion is to look at the history of the group. And as a minor note, we know that these countries have had some historical disputes and tensions, mostly regarding territory. But more importantly, if we look at the history of the group itself, we see the 1990s as a time of different expectations within the group. And this is where the Czech Republic, under the leadership of Václav Klaus, was actually not that keen on belonging in this group. Which is why some have pronounced it, apparently multiple times, dead. Now, this is an article from 2013 that, if we look at it right now, we would certainly not pronounce it dead. So we have 2 presentations here at this very forum. And 2015, I have to agree with this, was indeed the breaking point for the group. And I agree with Kazarski's claim that now it emerged as a normative project. That means it represents different values and political practices. And something that I briefly noted is that we see now a pull effect of the group. It has an appeal. So the Slovenian Prime Minister recently showed support for Hungary and Poland's vetoing the recovery plan. And on the other hand, we have a push effect, which is probably very little known. But in Croatia in 2014, there were some talks about joining the Visegrad Group, and the political elites were positively reacted to this, but ever since then, they haven't been mentioning it at all. And this is because the Croatian political elites are very pro-EU and probably do not want to raise this question right at this point. But let's move on to what is really crucial here, and that is looking at the ruling political parties and their leaders. So regarding populism, this is a crucial term for understanding the Visegrad region now, and this is because of the fact that the region is unified in populism. Now, when I talk about populism, I don't use this in an everyday sort of pejorative sense, but what we have established in literature as a thin-centered ideology that pits the pure people against the corrupt elites. And then you have the populists that are saying that they're going to restore power back to the people. And according to the populist database, all 4 leading parties in the Visegrad group right now are populist parties. So this is PiS in Poland, ANO in the Czech Republic, Olano in Slovakia, and Fidesz in Hungary. And as part of the project that we're doing, me and my colleagues, we try to look at party manifestos and statements by leaders. And what we found was that national level populism gets translated onto EU matters. Now, the cases of PiS and Fidesz are extremely well known. There's papers on it, and we see that in the news. So they challenge the liberal order and the post-communist elites, both in their countries, and then they translate it onto the EU. But ANO and Olano are more moderate centrist parties, and they only criticize some EU policies, but where they stand out is particularly ANO, as which has a strong technocratic bent, is the criticism of the Brussels elite, the criticism of professional politicians and how we need new blood and a more efficient European Union. Olano had some similar criticisms in their 2012 manifesto. Now, this is interesting because we know theoretically and empirically that the EU is considered to be a centrist project. So centrist voters are in favor of the EU, and centrist parties usually advocate it. But here we have some centrist populist parties that are declaratively pro-EU, but they do engage in some criticism of the Union. And my colleagues and I, this is Nikola Petrovic and Vyacheslav Raus, we actually tried to quantify anti-EU sentiments in party manifestos. So we looked at all of the populist parties of post-communist EU member states from 1990 to 2018. And we tried to map their anti-EU attitudes. Now, these are only the parties that have ever been in the government. So these are the more relevant parties. And here, I believe you see 3 conclusions. One is that populism has been on the rise gradually throughout the years. You see the second conclusion, that the Visegrad group actually stands out if you look at these party names. And the third is that this stronger anti-EU sentiments have also risen throughout the years. Now, I have to summarize sort of all the findings that we have. And on the left, as representatives of radical, more right-wing populism, I put Fidesz and PiS, Hungary and Poland. And on the right side, I have ANO and Olano as more moderate and centrist populisms. And this reflects on various aspects of their politics, including towards the EU. Now, the ones on the left have more pronounced nationalism, and one on the right, especially ANO, have less pronounced nationalism. This is important because the idea of nationalism usually correlates with the notion of Europe of nation states. Now, I should make a note that Olano is not quite a centrist, because someone may raise this issue. They do have a more conservative side to them, but these 2 on the right do differ from the ones on the left. The second point is actually criticism of communism, which we don't necessarily see how it is relevant for the EU. But when we look at some statements from Fidesz and PiS, we see that some negative moments from communist history get used as criticisms for the EU. For instance, Orban says in 1968, in Hungary, we were fighting for freedom, but in the West, they were fighting for essentially degeneracy. And ultimately, this leads to positions of being more critical towards the EU, whereas the ones on the right are less critical of the EU. And they see their nations as still being a part of the Western order. They don't challenge that. It's still a civilizatory success for them, but they are critical of some aspects of the EU. And what me and my colleagues also noted is that the biographies of the leaders are important. So Fidesz and PiS, the leaders have a dissident background, whereas in ANO and Olano, they have a business background. And we try to argue in this paper that I mentioned that the ones with a dissident background employed a sort of combative politics, which has at its core always looking at an enemy and fighting an enemy, whereas this is not quite the case with those on the right. And ultimately, we see the Fidesz and PiS as mnemonic warriors, people that actively engage and often in memory politics, whereas we see the ones on the right as mnemonic abnegators. So they do discuss the past, but they don't engage as much in memory politics. And now I'm moving on to the second analytical chapter. And this is one more criticism of the academic work we do on the region, which is that we often equate countries with their regimes. And factually, this is also erroneous, because the views of the citizens don't necessarily match those of their leaders. And as you're going to see, this is very true in the Visegrad region. If you look at various social research, you're always going to see the same conclusion. Czechs are the most Eurosceptic, and the Poles are the least Eurosceptic, and then Hungary and Slovakia are somewhere in between. So this particular survey was about leaving the European Union, potentially if referendum was held, where you see that 47% of the Czechs would vote to remain in the EU. That's not really a high percentage, whereas 76% of the Poles would vote to remain. So these are stark differences, and you have to contextualize the populism. If you're a centrist populist party, a new centrist populist party, and let's say you're in the Czech Republic, your population is Eurosceptic, are you going to be very pro-EU? I don't think it's likely. And I also found this very important question about further integration. This was in the European Social Survey. And when we look at the peoples of these four nations, what we find is, okay, so 0 was unification has gone too far, and 10 is unification should go further. So what we see is that it's only the Polish citizens that are somewhat enthusiastic about more integration, whereas the other 3 are a little bit apprehensive about it. And I did a statistical test here that essentially confirmed what we see, that Polish citizens differ from all the 3 countries, while those 3 countries don't differ between themselves. And I want to make one final point, which I also think is very relevant, and this is religion. So Viktor Orban says that we don't need liberal democracy, we need Christian democracy. Now, when we look at the actual percentage of Christians in the Visegrad Forum, the Czech Republic necessarily stands out. So this is an irreligious country, and this is not by chance, but is actually a matter of national history and national identity. I did my last master's thesis on religion in the Czech Republic, and I'm pretty confident that Christianity can't quite come back to the forefront of politics there. So this idea is flawed, that Christian democracy will return. And I'm going to make one more point, because people have often used the migrant crisis to say, okay, this group is unified. But what research shows is that actually in the Czech Republic, the populist response had some similarities with Western civilizationalist responses. That means opposing migration based on liberal values instead of a Christian identity. And to wrap this presentation up, so our panel's question is there an alternative to the EU? What sort of visions of the EU we have? I think what holds true for all of the 4 countries in the V4 is that they want a stronger voice in the Union. But when we look at the differences between the countries, I think we need to distinguish between Hungary and Poland that actually challenged the Western order, and Slovakia and the Czech Republic, who are more interested in some reforms. In either case, they're not entirely enthusiastic about deeper integration, and you can always use the Czech Republic as a deviant case to dispel this idea of a united front that I've hopefully managed to show has many flaws. And I'm going to conclude with some more messages for us as young scholars, is to not do this problematic gesture of equating societies with their leaders. So it was shown that society and the ruling parties don't share the same views, not even within single Visegrad 4 member states. and that we could also use some more qualitative research. We have lots of surveys, but we don't have research that actually shows how citizens frame Europe. So these are some sort of narratives. And one more gap in the literature, I think, is actual behavior within the EU institutions. And this book, Europeanized Defiance, looked at how the Czech Republic voted in the Council of the EU. And what they found was that they voted more or less the same like everyone else. So this is also an intriguing finding and could be used for other countries as well. And here I would stop. Thank you for your attention. I'm looking forward to your questions. And if you have some comments later, you can always contact me on this email address.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fila, for this comprehensive and interesting lecture on the Visegrad group. And I think we got some insight that at least I didn't have before, and some points that I might think over or read more in the future. Just be more attentive when I read something, and more aware of your research when I read something about Visegrad interests in the future. I see two hands. One of them is Denis Ivanov, and I would first of all let you ask a question, then I have two more from Paul Kovas and Isabel Burmester, but we'll start with Mr. Ivanov. Go ahead.
Hello, I hope you can hear me. I don't know, for some reason you cannot see me. I hope it's not a problem. Thank you very much for your presentation, Philip. Just a couple of comments. Please feel free to react to some of them, or none, or all of them. A couple of things. I saw on one of the slides of this distribution in terms of positions or preferences of populist parties within Europe. You also had GERB as a Bulgarian party. I thought if you actually included the Bulgaria into the analysis, or it was there just by mistake, we can look into that. Another thing, I was also thinking about all those four parties, right, populist parties, and them being in power. So is it the story about populists in power for a longer time, let's say in Poland, Hungary, for maybe shorter time in Czech Republic, and quite new in government in Slovakia, or the other way around, right? So when populists actually talk a lot and propose a lot of things in their policy manifestos, party manifestos, and when they actually get to the government, those two things can differ. Another thing that you might actually look into is the cartel party thesis by Katz and Mayer about how when a party gets to the government, it tries to subdue institutions and tries to kind of make governmental institutions into its extended organization. So kind of, use governmental institutions in a variety of reasons for its own benefits, for the benefits of the party. Let's say in Hungary, public procurement, companies that win public procurement are connected with Orban's friends and so on. So this is the example. And another thing, so you've mentioned Jan Kubik as one of the people you cite. There is a working paper on neo-feudalism and neo-traditionalism in the region. So yes, there is this kind of opposing to immigration, the culture differences, and some religious background, but maybe the whole story of why Visegrad group is opposing kind of other countries in the EU is that they really want to return to their tradition, whatever tradition means, but to this conservative kind of worldview that was shared among the population before. I can send you the working paper. You can take a look. And yes, that's all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ivanov. And it's on you, Mr. Fila, to just, if you want to react on these comments.
Of course. Thank you, Dennis. These were really excellent questions. So regarding the graph of populist parties, we looked at all of the post-communist EU member states. So that's why you had Bulgaria there. And in the paper, we're actually writing about GERB. So that was that. Regarding how populists change when they're in power, this is an excellent question. And absolutely related to your presentation. What I know right now is that ANO was founded in 2011, and since then it has remained a centrist party. This is one of the exceptions that I told you about yesterday. Now, regarding this democratic backsliding, there are authors who notice some trends there, but it's nothing quite as pronounced as, let's say, in the cases of Hungary. Regarding the cartel party thesis and subduing institutions, yeah, we'll look more into it. And this Kubik's paper, of course, I didn't read it, but I'd be happy if you can send it to me.
Thank you very much. And now it's on Mr. Paul Kovas to ask his question or add his comment. Please go ahead.
Yes, well, thank you very much first for this very insightful presentation on the Visegrad nations and their differences that I was certainly partly aware of, but not in this detail. My question concerns the matter of populist parties and what effect could be if in one of these countries a so-called establishment party would regain the power. Do you think that this would have consequences on the V4? And if so, in what case? Would they break up or would they even strengthen? What are your thoughts maybe on this?
Thank you. Just go ahead with your answer.
Okay, that is obviously where we come to the prediction part of social science is very difficult. Right on the spot, I don't have an answer. I don't think it would severely disbalance the project, but it could definitely lead to some interesting effects, but I can only speculate at this point. And I'll have to think about it. It's a very good topic.
So we will be all left with some more work after this session, as I see. And I see two more hands. Isabel Burmester is the next one. So please go ahead, Ms. Burmester.
Thank you, and thanks for your very interesting presentation, Philip. I think you made a very good case to sort of break up, as we say, the black box of the state, and to really look at domestic actors, I think, which is something that comes up, at least in the literature that I'm working with in the Eastern European non-EU member states, especially. And so the last point that you made regarding the role of citizens and government parties in government, and that we should differentiate and not necessarily equate those two, I would be very interested to hear your thoughts on this, because I am co-authoring at the moment a paper that looks at norm contestation, and so what we look at in neighborhood countries, and so we look a little bit at the role of citizens as well in this, and what we found is that particularly domestic structures matter. So you can see differences across countries depending on the structure and the role that citizens can actually play in national or even EU, in your case, policy making. So I was wondering if you had any thoughts or any data on this. So what is the role citizens can actually play in the countries that you're looking at?
Thank you very much for your comment and question, and it's on Mr. Fila to react to that.
So one of the things that I maybe should have mentioned is that when you see such strong discrepancies between the leaders and the people, the question arises, are people actually voting these people in based on their EU policies? And if you have the case of Poland, where the people are so EU enthusiastic and they vote in a Eurosceptic party, the answer seems no. So one of the ways you can alleviate this problem is to vote based on EU policy. It's one of my suggestions.
Thank you very much. And then the last hand I see is the one of Mr. Mátyás, and it's on you to ask your question or comment on the presentation we heard. Please go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you, Philip, for this fascinating project. You got me thinking, and I have two questions regarding this common EU narrative, because you take it as a point of departure, right? That there is such a thing. And you mentioned that the EU is regarded as a centrist project. And you even cited Hegel, Marx, and Wilson. I am not familiar with that piece of research. But I would like to clarify, like, what do you actually, or what they actually mean about this EU being a centrist project? You mentioned voters and perhaps parties, but maybe I should just read the paper, of course, but I would like to hear your thoughts about that. And taking that further, my second question is a little bit more hypothetical. If the EU is a centrist project, and we can state that with certainty, could it be different? Do you see a possibility for a common European narrative that is not centrist? Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Fila, as I see, this will be your final comment. So you might comment on these last questions, and also maybe wrap your thoughts up then. Thank you.
All right, so about this claim about the EU as a centrist project, in the paper they were trying to find what predicts attitudes towards the EU, and the general conclusion is that political extremists, whether it's on the left or the right, are generally more opposed to the EU. And you look at really the centrist voters, and in praxis it does turn out that they're the most EU supportive. So this is how they base their case, and you can also use the examples of political parties as well. So we don't talk much, this is a problem, we don't talk much about some of the left Eurosceptic parties. For instance, in the Czech Republic, you have the Communist Party, which was hard Eurosceptic party back in the 1990s. So this is, I think, the background of the centrist notion. And the second one was, sorry, I forgot which the question was.
That if the EU is a centrist project, could it be a different project? Like, not necessarily an extremist one, but framed very, very differently. Do you see a possibility of that?
It really depends on these actors. The left, the ones that are more extreme on the left are critical of the economic aspects of the EU. They say it's too neoliberal. So, but on the other hand, there is more acceptance among the left voters of the EU, I think, than amongst the right-wing voters. So I think in a way it has progress there. For right-wing, if you have these sovereignist claims, that is really a challenge. And if you think that we should either have a Europe of nation states or dissolve the EU, there I don't see as much potential, maybe more on the left.
So thanks again, everybody, for participating in this discussion. It was not only interesting to hear your lecture, Mr. Fila, but also to hear the discussion on it and all the comments that you might use for your work, and that might also inspire the rest of us to work on all these issues that are to be solved in the future. So thank you very much, everyone. And as we heard in the beginning from Mr. Schäfer, there are no more presentations today because the other two could not make it. So it's on me just to say thank you for having me as a host. Thanks for your participation, and I will give back the stage and the virtual microphone to the IDM based in Vienna. So bye-bye from my home office to yours, and maybe see you again very soon. Hopefully at the Springer Schlössl that I have now behind me as the background. This is what it will look like in spring and summer, and this is the time where we can hopefully meet up in person again. So thanks for now, and have a very nice afternoon.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Bettina Rausch, for chairing this panel. And also, of course, thank you to the Politische Akademie for functioning as a cooperation partner, even if we couldn't be at the Springer Schlössl. We're sorry that there have been two cancellations exactly in your panel, but nevertheless, maybe it's a sign that there is no alternative to the European Union when we only have so few presentations to it. In any case, as you can see, Daniel joined me again, and he will have some final and concluding remarks.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Sebastian. So hello, good afternoon also from my side. I would like to, first of all, thank you, all of you, for joining us for this edition of the Young Scholars Forum, for following us on both of days, and that you are still with us until this very moment, until the final remarks. I think what we heard, what we have seen were highly interesting contributions, and what we also could experience during the whole forum is that if I take a look on the title of this edition of the forum, European Narratives in Search for Common Diversity, all these contributions were also highly diverse in their nature. And I think that the conclusion from this forum can be that only through this diversity and through this interdisciplinarity of certain areas of research, we can actually achieve a sort of a common ground on which we can build a common European future upon. Yeah, what we heard where we begin with the fundamental issues such as democracy, such as peacemaking, stability. Then we move to transnational remembrance, historical reconciliation. We also heard a highly interesting contribution from areas such as culture, technology, and migration, such as ecology, representing the most burning issue of our time. Today, we spoke about the Visegrad group, the different, let's say, Europe's future and different perspectives on the European future. We speak also during the third panel, we also spoke about the position of Europe on the global stage and about the foreign policies of the European Union, but and of Europe in general. So I think all these contributions represent sort of good practice, or sort of nice example how diverse the Europe is and how diverse the research areas are. And I'm so much happy that so many young people are involved in these areas of research. And I hope that you enjoyed the Young Scholars Forum as much as I did, and that you enjoyed not only presenting and discussing your research topics, but at the same time that the forum gave you, in a certain way, new inputs, how to go further in your research, and maybe some interesting contributions to your future scientific activity. So thank you very much once again. And at this point, I would like to raise your attention once again, as was already mentioned yesterday by Sebastian. There is this possibility of publishing your research contributions in our scientific journal, the Donau, as the final publication. One of the issues of this journal will be dedicated for the research results from this forum. So I would like to ask you, if you already think about it, I would maybe suggest that all of you could send me a mail if you are planning to send your contribution. By the way, the submission deadline was set on the end of February, 28th of February. So please, I would like to ask you if you could already before the Christmas send me if you are planning to contribute to the final publication, and we can then take further steps with my colleagues at IDM. So thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the forum, and I do hope for further cooperation with you, hopefully very soon.
Thank you very much, Daniel. I have a few raised hands. So, Mirali?
Yeah, I just was asking about the deadline of the submission. Yeah, I'm planning to submit it, but answered this, so no more questions. Just I want to thank you very much for giving us this opportunity and very interesting presentations, all of you.
Thank you. Paul?
From my side, I would like to ask, since this, first of all, I would also be interested to publicize my work. Maybe you can answer this question later in the mail as well. But since this is my first publication, I would like to ask if this what this entails, if there is another review, if I have to, if I would have to summarize it somehow. I would be kind if you could give maybe some details on this.
Yes, you will receive the instructions via mail if you haven't already.
I've already
Yeah.
sent them.
But I think it makes sense for us to discuss this after the live stream, so we can talk about it amongst us, especially the ones that are planning on submitting a publication. And then, of course, there's a review process by the editors, which will be Daniel and myself, and also by our responsible person for the publications, Daniela Neubach. Okay, do you have any more questions? No? Very well, then it's only on my side again to say, first of all, thank you very much again to you all that you have participated. We are very sorry again that it had to be online, but I think it was nevertheless a very interesting exchange, and we hope that we have the possibility to meet each other very, very soon, somewhere, someplace. The Young Scholars Forum is always a very interesting experience because it brings together people from so many countries. What we experience right now is how exchange can be possible across borders, even when we currently can't really physically cross them. So let's hope that this is really temporary and we can return to some sort of normalcy very, very soon. The second thank you goes again, of course, to our two chairs of the panels today. We have still with us Thomas Dietz. So thank you very much again that you joined us and chaired the third panel. And of course, again, also a big thank you to Bettina Rausch for taking the time and chairing the fourth panel. And then, of course, a big thank you goes to the person who has organized all of this and made all of this possible, who is sitting next to me, Daniel Martinek. I personally know how much work that is because I have organized the 3 Young Scholar Fora that we've held before. It was the 7th edition. Daniel did a great job bringing us all together, and a big thank you to Daniel for all the hard work you put into this, and I'm looking forward to organize very, very many Young Scholar Fora with you. And then, of course, all of this is only possible with the support of many of our sponsors and donors, and I would like to say a thank you to them especially again as well. So we have the support by the Erste Group, the City of Vienna, the Federal Chancellery of Austria, and also the support of the Land Lower Austria. I have mentioned that this has been a part of our Jean Monnet project that is called From Fictional to Functioning Democracy. So we are very much looking forward to continue the work within this program as well. And then last but not least, the people that you don't see but are very essential in the background. On the one hand, Federica, who has been twittering and tweeting and posting on Twitter and Facebook throughout the 2 days, and Mark, who has been taking care of our YouTube live stream that is available on our YouTube channel. So I think I said all thank yous that I should say. If not, please excuse if I have forgotten someone. And in the end, again, very sad that we will not have the possibility now to sit together and exchange further over a glass of beverage and some nice meal, but we will definitely return in 2022. And if everything goes as it looks at the latest, then it should be possible to be meeting again in Vienna. And one last remark, we are never going to stop doing live streams and events. The next event of IDM is already taking place today at 5 o'clock. It's a cooperation event with the Vienna PAN, the Polish Academy of Sciences Vienna office, that is going to deal with the topic of hate speech. And there is a live stream available. Information can be found on our website, IDM.at. Follow us on our social media channels, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, with the handle IDM Vienna. Follow, of course, also our partners from the University of Tübingen, Thomas Dietz, and the president of the Political Academy of the Austrian People's Party, Bettina Rausch. And yeah, take care, stay healthy, and thank you very much again for all of this. It has been great fun.
Thank you. Take care and stay healthy. See you hopefully soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So will you tell us once the live stream is off?
Yes. Yes, we are.